as it is.
True.
Don't need to overload.
True dat indeed. Alright. Welcome back, humble adventurers, to the Call of Nordred campaign. I don't even... Is this session 11? I just realized it is.
It's session 11.
Welcome to session 11. So last time, our humble adventurers, who are all gathered here today, encountered and resolved their issues with the Kobold army led by their king, Draco, who ended up being proven as the brother to Landrin. Throughout those interactions, you said your goodbyes to the village, you taught the kobolds about the magic of spices, and you learned a little bit about their currency. And after all those pleasantries ended, the party then made their way on the road with the caravan to Northholm. Along route, you uncovered and discovered several bodies, all unfortunately slaughtered along the road. And in the distance you heard clanging and clashing of blade. You went to investigate, and there you found Lord Farian, engaged in battle, surrounded by enemies he slayed. And you saw him also transform into his half-snake form, rip the throat out of an orc, and drink its blood, which de-aged him. After a quick level of recupery, you learned quite a bit, which I cannot possibly go over all, so I'm just assuming everybody remembers all the minute details. But the crux of which you all learned more definitively that it is the son of Lord Farian that has been involved with the Khan, and also orchestrating all the chaos of Nordred and Northholm and Ursine Village and pretty much everywhere else in the entire country. So, I believe that catches us back. You guys are still on the road, and you are on your last day's journey, which we did all the rolls and everything I wanted to do for that final stretch, correct? I didn't write that down if we did.
We got basically everything done, yeah.
Yeah.
I made myself a homunculus, little servant robot thing.
And Landrin had terrible rolls trying to up his stats.
He couldn't learn how to dodge.
That's the life story. That's the life story.
I'm the best around! Gets turned into a pincushion by Kiko.
Couldn't learn to dodge!
Yeah, we did make the DBZA joke, didn't we?
Yes.
Alright, so assuming all the rolls and everything we've done for the final journey, I don't think you guys will encounter anything, but on the off chance. Alright, no. You guys do not encounter anything on that final stretch. So as the final day's rest comes to along, and everybody make note that you've been through several long rests at this point, so everything should be clear, all your spell slots, everything should be good. So as the carriages, and just to double check everybody's positioning, because Lord Farian is in the first carriage, and I had Decoria and Landrin with him. Are you guys still with him through that final stretch of the journey?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, and that means Belastarius and Kiko. We're in the the line of 8 carriages were you guys?
I believe I was in the back, but...
Alright.
Yeah, so I think Kiko and Belisarius were riding together.
It's like after we broke away from Farian's when we went back to our original wagons, and I believe my original wagon was the back one.
Alright, so you and Kiko were in the back. Alright, so as the journey progresses along with the caravan, you guys come across nothing really of note. The encampment takes one last rest before making its final stretch to Northholm. That's when you guys did all your rolls for like training and everything. And now, as you guys are moving along the road, you guys now can see off in the distance the massive metropolis of Northholm. You see massive, sprawling, 12-foot stone brick walls, all ancient and very gray from the long period of time that there's been a lot of waterlog and rain and snow that have pushed up against it. You guys see lots and lots of tall buildings that even stretch out well above the 12-foot wall. You see the incoming gate with a drawbridge, a pretty decently sized drawbridge, that you could speculate in and of itself is 10 feet tall. It takes up a huge chunk of the upcoming road. And it is laid down, the gates are open, and you see like You see a bustling of people coming in and out, some lumberers with their carriages being pulled by oxen, bringing in new logging. You see, so you can see what you could probably speculate as being as travelers who are leaving the capital city and are probably either making their way south or further north along the road. There's a little bit of bustle and hustle right by the gate, and pretty much entirely up to the gate, otherwise than the dug moat, which is, you guys haven't got there yet, but well, when you get up to it, I'll give you more description how deep that is. But there's up to that moat, that dug moat, you see nothing but trees, pretty thickly as well, along all the way up to that point. Alright, for anything more, I'll make you guys roll perception if you want to look at anything more, if you're looking for anything more intricate or specific.
Sure, why not?
He says cautiously.
17.
17? Alright.
Where's my perception thing? 15.
7.
15. 7. 17. Hey, Landrin, did you want to roll too?
Sure, why not? I might even get lucky. Probably not going to happen, but I might.
Oh, don't be a negative Nancy. It's a 10. Could be worse. You could have gotten Kiko's 7. Alright, so Kiko and Landrin, you guys can definitely, generally, like, you see the layout, and you're like, yeah, I could take all this in, but you don't see anything really too specific. You note that there's, guards along the top of the wall, so you probably speculate that the wall, in terms of its thickness, is, you can just probably speculate is like 8 feet thick. A nice, decently thick wall to the other side. But other than that, you don't see anything too specific. For Decoria and Belastarius, you guys notice the Mage Tower. It's the most notable tall structure that towers well and above beyond the wall. And you can tell it's way further in the city, but despite that, it looks like if it was right next to the wall, it would still, by comparison, tower over. It would still, like, just boggle you. This thing is...
And by the way we are approaching, that would be to the northeast, correct?
You guys are approaching from the south, but you're going towards the northeast.
And the Mage Tower would be... Yeah, and the Mage Tower would be in the northeast, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and the tower is very intricately built. It's got kind of an intimidating aura to some of its design. It's got really sharp, points towards the top of the tower. But the rest of it seems to be made of like a black iron of some kind. So definitely a metal. But you also see plenty of like lights from open windows and cut-ins to the tower. So it's definitely populated. Other than that, the only other thing that takes your immediate interest is the castle keep, which is the furthest away and hardest to see. The weather is a little bit foggy, minorly so, but only slightly. But it obscures it enough, and it's far away enough you can't make out all the intricate details. But it's definitely, like, in terms of comparison size, it's not as tall as the Mage Tower, but even at the keep's biggest tower, doesn't get close to as tall as the Mage Tower. But it is a very large keep. You can tell just from where you're at. It almost, if you didn't pay attention enough, almost would look like a mountain head from where you guys are heading. It's very thick and broad. Alright. So, you guys, I assume do you guys want to take any action, talk to Farian or anything right before you guys get up to the gate?
It could depend on who's in there with him.
Yeah, that would pretty much be...
Well, it's only me and...
Landrin.
Yeah, it would be me and Landrin, yeah.
Unless, Belastarius, you wanted to hop out, sprint to the front of the caravan and jump in and ask him a question. Which, to be fair, the caravan isn't going very fast, so...
Lord Farian.
Yes?
Do you have any advice for entry into the city?
Not much in terms of advice, really. It's a standard city. Not too much unlike Ursine village, there's just larger. I would recommend not going down too many dark alleys, though. The crime rate has increased lately. Bit of upheaval since the king died. But past that, there shouldn't be any major concerns.
Well, just perhaps natural is not the term for act sensibly.
I would say that'd be the smart thing to do.
Oh no, I'm doomed.
Alright. So I assume that does it. Okay. So you guys, so the carriage, for another 5 or 10 minutes, makes its way up to the gate. And as the caravan approaches, you guys can hear a female guard yell, "Halt!" And you all feel the sudden stop and, you know, kind of inertia push forward as all the caravan completely comes to a halt. What business brings you to Northolm? And roll. Well, I'll just use your previous rolls of perception. So, Belstarius, you can hear pretty clearly what's going on at the front of the caravan. Kiko, you struggle to hear, but you can pretty much make out the words. It just sounds a lot more faint. And Decoria and Landrin, you guys are in the front carriage, so you hear it plain as day. And you hear Argo jump down. We are trying to set up our shops and find refuge here at Northolm, as well as business to conduct. We're a merchant caravan. Got any papers? Papers? I'm afraid not. I didn't realize we needed papers. Well, to be honest, that was a test. We don't require papers. Yet. Although, you ask me, something's going on. Well, whatever the case. Captain of the Guard has asked us to check all caravans coming in and out. I'm sorry, but you were gonna have to conduct a search. I understand. We went through something similar. How long will this take? But a mere moment or two. You only have 8, correct? Aye. Alright, I have a few precursory questions, and as you continue to talk to Argo, you hear the shuffle and bustle of armor as several soldiers are kind of making their way around the caravans. And a moment goes by, and Decoria and Landrin and Lord Farian, you all see kind of the flaps of the back open up, and you see 2 armored knights, full plate armor. Their helmets are more akin to, I don't know the helmet type, but it's the completely enclosed in kind of a sharp beak of sorts, that flap that goes up and down. Not a flat helmet, kind of like the Templar kind.
Hound skull bassinet. Might have
Yes.
to post.
This is where not knowing all the referential names of armor is very unhelpful. But yeah, it's that flap up, more beak-like helmet. And it's completely go down, and you notice all their armor has like that darker green, similar to Ursine Village, so it's just a little bit more deeper. Think of like a really dark forest green. And they're both armed with pikes. Is that a kobold?
Landrin tips his hat. Good afternoon, sir. Very observant of you.
He kind of looks at his fellow, and they kind of shrug. One of them whispers, "Are we supposed to ask if they have a permit for kobold enslavement? It's not the same as human enslavement, is it? Is it actually considered enslavement?"
This kobold is not a slave.
A pet then?
Neither.
Oh, I've been contracted in as one of the guards for the caravan on its journey here to Northolm.
They both kind of jump when you talked. Have you ever heard a kobold say anything past, well, garbled words? Not really, they don't speak common. Welcome, young kobold.
Well, obviously this one does, and you should put aside your predispositions and thoughts, because the world is much larger than you believe it to be.
Aye, easy now, tiefling. We're just a bit taken aback is all. You're not in trouble. Is there any way you could move the crates towards us? We don't need to necessarily have you leave the caravan. We just would like to look inside them.
Lantern casts Tensor's
Uh,
floating disc and just starts levitating the crates over to them. Oh, naturally.
And they kind of like open up some of the crates and they see like the different sacks of spices and stuff in Argo's carriage. They kind of take note of them. You see one of them kind of pull out a small scroll. He's kind of writing it down, and they push to the side everything that doesn't seem to be contraband. And after a little while, you get like all like 10 or 12 crates and baskets to the front. They check them all, and you see them kind of just leisurely sign off on it. Well, thank you for your cooperation. This next one, and they let go of the flap.
Good day to you.
And Lord Farian is like, they didn't recognize me. Do I really look that much younger?
Incredibly
I
so.
was going to ask. Something felt amiss, as though they had no knowledge of to who you are.
Well, it's not common knowledge that I'm, well, like I am. Like I said, my family keeps it a taboo. Who knows that drinking blood of others can de-age us? I suppose I don't look that much like myself at all right now.
Well, that does give you the element of surprise in case you should need it.
You see him kind of shuffle his shuffle around in his back bag, and you see him pull out of a bag of he has a small sack of a bag of holding. You see him pull out a cloak. This ought to help clear things up. It has my family sigil on the left breast of this coat. That should help us get into the city faster if you would like me to rush things along.
It might behoove us to take more open channels for the moment. Everything seems to be going according to custom.
Fair point, young kobold. Fair point. Alright, so you guys all kind of Kiko and Belstarius, you kind of hear the guards approaching your position as they go through the caravan. You hear them talking with the merchants as they're like passing crates, they're looking through things. And after about 10 or so minutes, you see the flap open, and you see the two fully armored plate knights, one of which jumps back. Is that a warforged? Where did they get that? Is that considered a... No, that can't be considered... What? Can you own one? I didn't think you could.
No one owns me. I would never deign to allow a filthy meatbag to own me.
Kiko's gonna copy the guard in his surprise noise, and then the second line right after that where he goes, "Is that a warforged?" It's gonna just make fun of him right in front of him.
No, I'm a gnome. Of course I'm a warforged.
You talk? We have a talking kobold and a talking warforged. This is a strange day. It is indeed.
I'm surprised they're not talking about me this time. Kiko says to Belisarius.
They're kind of like transfixed right now at the giant middleman. May we search this carriage?
Go for it. It's not ours anyway. Kiko says, hopping out.
Thank you. Wait a minute. Are you a Kenku?
My God, he's perceptive.
Yes,
I'm gonna have to ask to search your pockets.
Sure. I've got nothing to hide this time.
That's where you're supposed to say, this is profiling.
Alright.
This is racial profiling, but right now Kiko has nothing to hide.
Alright, so I'm gonna roll sleight of hand.
And the small barrels of Magistone and gunpowder have already been approved for the last town.
Even if you were hiding something, he rolled a 4. So he kind of like really rapidly pats you down. You see he's kind of being lazy about the job. He's not really carefully looking. And he feels around. He finds your gold pouch, but easily predicts it's just yours. So let's go with it. Says, all right. Well, thank you for cooperating. All right, now.
I'm surprised he didn't say anything about the shield on my back, which has like Lord Farian's crest on it.
Well, he
He's
rolled
invisible?
4.
No,
I did, yeah, I did roll
it's
4, but I
straight up.
didn't think it was visible. I thought you put it in the bag of holding.
Which is appropriate given his just very Captain Obvious statements.
Yeah. I was like, Kiko hasn't been hiding anything because Kiko doesn't have a bag of holding.
Fair enough, I suppose. Alright, so... Well, he did roll 4, so he wouldn't have... Well, that wasn't perception. Let me roll... That would be perception. Let me roll perception. Alright, plus his modifier... Okay, he's got a -1 modifier. Alright, so he rolled a 9 on perception.
I don't know how he did it, but that's under average for perception.
Mm-hmm. So...
What is he basically like the assholes from Spaceballs?
Keep firing, assholes!
How many assholes do we have on this ship?
Yo!
We're having a good start.
This is a good start. Alright, so... It says he rolled a 9, I'm gonna say he doesn't notice it, or he kind of like, oh, wait. Nah, that can't be right. And just keeps...
Yeah, Kiko just starts walking off already.
So, one of them hops into the
diner.
One of them hops in
Fish.
to the carriage with you, Belisarius, and you see him kind of looking in the crates and the barrels. He takes note. You hear hear him go, well, there's a lot of gemstones in here. That's because it's my carriage. I sell and manufacture gemstones, good sir. All of them are perfectly laid out in this script. It's all legally purchased and will be traded in the city. Aye, easy, lass. Don't mean to offend. He kind of takes a scroll from her, looks through it. Alright, all in order. Thank you for your cooperation. He kind of nods at you, Belisarius, as he hops out. Well, I suppose that was a pretty clean search. No contraband that I noticed. Aye, let's head to the front. And you hear the guards as their armor clanks as they approach the front of the carriage.
I'd like to point out... Oh, sorry.
It's at this moment you all hear a scream.
Getting out of the carriage, heading for the scream.
Alright, a scream is towards the tree line, and you see about 4 or 5 what looks like lumber workers by their attire and the fact that all 3 out of the 4 of them are carrying fairly large wood-cutting axes. Want to attack! Raiders! Raiders!
Charge. Landrin is charging in the melee.
Oh, Landrin.
I'm not actually charged, but I'm just saying Landrin is heading in the direction of danger, as is his way. It's time to do the thing.
Alright, Lord Farian hops out and draws both his swords. But he's not moving towards the sound, he's standing in a defensive position between the carriage and the tree line.
I would like to beat feet towards the tree line.
Alright. Decoria is now beating feet to the tree line. Belisarius and Kiko.
I best go up the center and support Landrin.
Because if Kiko sees a Landrin running towards the problem, just like facepalm, and then like sword and board ready. Actually, wait, no, it's not sword and board. I have a dagger.
Right.
And Kiko's going to move in as well.
Alright, so sounds like everybody's heading there, except for Farian.
He's guarding the caravan, as like we're supposed to be doing.
Alrighty. So you all kind of meet up, because you're all running at roughly the same pace, as you all are heading slightly. It's a slight incline into the tree line. And you guys run through the trees, and you can hear clanking armor running towards you guys. As you run towards the same direction, you come into a semi-clearing. It's not entirely clear. There's still quite a few trunks. You can see a few felled trees. Let me pull out my Sharpie. It's my artistry time. Fuck, I can't talk. Alright. Alright.
Just real quick and off topic, I have a little thing to show you that is basically how Landrin got his tan.
Huh. Nice.
I thought you'd appreciate that.
Just drawing the filled trees, their roots. So ones like this, I'll do this for like if the tree's like chopped, and for just.
I swear to God, that looks like a goose, and my butt clenched. Honk.
And if I just do that, that's a full tree. So scrapes, felled tree, circle within a circle, full tree. So. And a couple bushes. Alright. Quick and rough, but I think it works. Alrighty. So, you guys rush in through this side of the tree line. And at this point, as you guys break the thickest of the brush on the other side, you see... Let me double check my number, y'all. You see two heavily armored individuals. The armor is reminiscent of knight armor. The first thing you notice is a purple hue in their cloaks, which they immediately, as they see you, they disrobe the cloaks. But along with the purple hue, you also see a crest on their armor that looks like a snake's head. It's not the same exact sigil as... Because the sigil for Farian's crest that you've seen so far is two dual snakes wrapped around each other, facing in opposite directions, almost in a heart-like shape. It is the same purple hue, though. This snake is a single snake's head, which looks like a cobra. And it's just the head and the cobra neck fleur, whatever. I'm not sure what to call that.
The hood.
The hood. Is it actually called a hood?
Oh, it's legit called a hood.
Okay, well, the cobra hood, and then kind of like cuts down. Still like a heart shape, but it's just a single snake. So it's a different sigil. And you see two armored knights like that, and then behind them, you see... Let me see if I can get I don't know if I have the right kinds of stuff. I'll just use these guys, because it works. Behind them... Actually, just so the knights actually look significantly different. This isn't going to be accurate, so don't get mad at me. I'll just use these orc models to represent the knights.
Bingy.
And behind them, you see 1, 2... How many more? Oh, okay. Oh, it's less than I thought I wrote down. Well, that saves me time. And you see 4 very minimally armored. You're probably guessing at most leather armor. More rugged. You would argue that these are probably sellswords. Kind of come in. 2 of them at short bows. Actually, is it short bows? Sorry, I gotta keep looking back at my sheet. Okay, yeah. Yeah, short bows. Alright. 2 with short bows. I'll just say the 2 with the hammers are the short bows. And 2 with short swords. They are not wearing any kind of house sigil or anything. Definitely mercenary types. But the 2 knights are full plate armor. One of them has a short sword and a shield. Full metal shield. And also entering the area... God damn it, I gotta clean this up. You see... Okay.
Any second.
You see 2 human-sized goblins.
Say the thing.
Elite goblins.
They appear to be of the exact same breed and evolutionary dead end as the ice goblins you encountered before. If anything,
They're
these
about
guys
to be the same hit points too.
these guys are similarly bulk.
They're basically like ogre versions of goblins.
And you also notice that they're better armored. They're both wearing leather armor. And both have shields and short swords. Alright, that's at this point. Unless you guys want to talk to them, it's roll initiative time.
Alright. See, okay, 16.
13.
Alright, I gotta roll for these guys.
8.
So 4, 2, 6.
Find one my initiative.
My long curse of thoroughly average rolls continues.
6.
I will ask for
Could you really call that a curse?
I'll ask for your numbers again because I gotta roll for theirs. So 1 second. Okay, for the knights, 10 and 12. For the goblins, 19 and 7. And for the mercenaries, we got 6, 4, 5, and 1. Alright, so I'll just do it like this. For the initiative, or init, who got, let's say, 18 to 20? Anyone get 18 to 20? Alright, so that means that goblin got it. So one of the goblins is going first. Alright, so... what about 17 to 15?
I got a 16.
Alright, got a 16. Alright, so Bellstar's going second. Or should I do it like this? The goblins will be one combat group, as opposed to two separate, so I'll just have them lead that one roll. So, the goblins will be going first. Bellstarius is going second. Alright, so I said 17 to 15. Alright, so 14 to 9. Wow. So... Wait, Landry, didn't you get 13?
13.
Oh, okay. So that means Landron's going third. And the knights are going fourth. Alright, so 8 to 1.
I got an 8.
Alright. It's Decoria's going next. Kiko got 6. What did, Alright, so... Okay. Oh, wow. That's pretty distinct. All right.
That's all 4 of us.
Alright, so that... So my initiative is Goblins first, Bellstarius, Landrin, then the Knights, Decoria, and then the one I'll use is the Mercenaries. So Mercs go last in the initiative roundup. Alright. So, we'll start off. Goblins go first. Alright, so the goblins, after clearing through the brush, they immediately see your group over through like the very thin brush here, and both rush forward. So we'll just start with this guy. Okay, so their movement is 30 feet. Okay. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, right there. So that it brings it right up to Kiko. Reference Kiko, Decoria. That would be Landrin and Bellstarius. Alright, so he makes it right up to you, and he is going to take a swing at you with the short sword.
Wait, at me?
Yeah.
Oh.
He's right at you.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let me put all my d20s over here. Does a 10 hit? Wait, no. Crap, 1 second, let me double check his modifier. Alright, so... Okay, sorry. Does a 13 hit? My apologies.
No.
Alright, so he swings, but he was so rambunctious in trying to get at you, misses.
Huh.
Let's see, he doesn't have anything else to hit you with, so that's it. He swung, he missed. Right, that leaves the other goblin. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So he's going to stop right there. So he's going to rush at Belistarius. Looking a little scared, though, but he's determined to rush forward. Something is definitely motivating them. It could be the numbers, it could just be the situation, the adrenaline, but he still tries to make his way to you, Belistarius, but can't quite make the full run. He has no ranged attacks, no bonus actions, so that does it for the goblins. That brings us to Belistarius. You're up.
Let's see what I've got here. Take a look at my spells. Take a look at the map.
I think now would be a good time for a fireball, if you ask me.
I don't have that. The best AoE attack for me is Thunderwave.
Although, ooh, you know what?
How far is it for me to the main body of the enemy?
I
don't know, like
to the
what
knights,
the overall.
You're 30 feet away. To the mercenaries and back, you're 35, 40 feet away.
Okay, let's see. Thunder's 4 sweeps out each creature in a 15-foot cube. Alright, so let's see, how far, so you said they were about 20? Or
no, other than the goblins right in front of you guys, 30 feet for the knights, 40 and 35 for the mercenary stacks.
Okay, so how far is about... Alright, so I'm gonna move as close as I can without getting into actual like attack range of like the main group. I'm gonna try and get as many of them within a 15-foot cube of me as I can.
Okay, so you're running forward?
Yep, so I'm running forward, slipping past that goblin that was going towards me, and then I'm going to get close enough that I can get as many of them as I can within a 15-foot cube, and then be able to retreat back.
Alright, so as you run past the goblin, unless I misunderstood how this works, it's going to take an attack of opportunity at you as you try and run past.
So, which one?
The one right in front of him.
So it would depend. If you stay within 1 inch of that goblin.
Well,
yeah,
if you're going around, that's going to add to the cost.
Add movement.
Yeah. So if
I'll take the shortest I can.
All right, so
I'll take the.
All right, so you're gonna try and run past him. He's gonna take an attack of opportunity at you. Does a 19 hit?
It does.
All right,
just barely past my AC.
So what I need to. All right, so he takes a swing with the short sword at you. All right, plus the modifier. All right, so you take 3 points of piercing damage. Oh, sorry, slashing.
Right.
All right, and
3.
I believe you can still continue your work forward even if you're hit. So, all right, so right about there is where you're going to get the most amount without actually directly being in front of them, which would give the knights an attack of opportunity at you. So this is the best 15-foot call.
Yep, so basically I'm casting Thunderwave at 2nd level. So basically it creates a thunderous force out of me, 15-foot cube originating from me, Everything within must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed throw, a creature takes 2d8 thunder damage and is pushed 10 feet away from you. On a successful save, the creature takes half as much damage but isn't pushed.
Okay. One second. Let me double. I have it on their sheets for their health, but I'm gonna real quick write it on my notes just because it's easier to look at my notes than keep pulling up the sheet every time. So.
Find all my d8s first.
Alrighty. So I noted that.
And they have to beat a 15
1, 2, 3, 4,
Constitution.
5, 6. Alright, so 6. I need 6 Constitution saving, correct?
Yep, Constitution saving throw. So they have to beat a 15.
I roll it. Okay, for the knights. Knights rolled pretty poorly, actually. Yeah, even with their modifier, they fail it. So the knights fail. And the mercs. What's their modifier? Okay, so none of them make it.
Alright, so I gotta roll 2d8s. How much damage they take.
Alrighty.
Alright, ooh, so that's 5 plus 8. So that's 13 thunder damage, and everyone who failed is pushed 10 feet away from the thunder wave.
Alright, so everybody failed. So 10 feet for every. Are they knocked prone or just pushed back?
Let's see. They get pushed 10 feet away from me. Unsecured So basically, in addition, unsecured objects that are completely within your area effect automatically push 10 feet away from you. Doesn't say anything about prone, but I would leave that up to you on how bad their rolls were on the saving throw.
None of them rolled a critical fail. So I'll say 2 of the mercs, the ones that were furthest back, because technically, terrain-wise, one of them had to go over a bush and the other one over a chopped-down tree. So these 2 are knocked prone. These 2 are knocked back, but they're on their knees. The knights, neither were knocked prone, but are knocked back. And how much damage did everybody take?
They took 13 damage.
Everybody, okay.
Yep.
What kind of damage,
That's
just so I know?
That is thunder damage.
Okay, thunder damage. I don't think that has any detrimental effects, particularly on any of them. Alright, so do the math. Alright. You did an effective attack, I'll say that. Alright, so everybody's got minus 13. Alright, so when Bell strikes, you ran up and you brought, metaphorically speaking, brought the thunder hammer down, Mjolnir style, and the shock wave launches forth, and you see the shock and surprise even through the knights' helmets. You see like their eyes almost kind of bulge as they're poofed back. Both do their best to maintain their standing, are capable of doing it, but you could tell that took all their effort just to remain standing. 2 of the mercs, one gets launched right over a tree trunk and clips the tree trunk with the back of his knee, falls prone to the other side. The other one goes over a bush, falls on the bush, rolls off the bush, and is now prone as well. The other 2 were, thankfully, because they were in the very back and the brunt of the group took the shockwave, were pushed back just as far, but were able to maintain standing. All of them look like, oh fuck. Alright, so that does it for your turn, Belsaris, or did you have a
I think
bonus?
that was my movement, my main action, so I still have bonus action. Let's see, I will be deploying my Eldritch Cannon. I think a flamethrower is my best option here right now. So I will deploy that. So that gives me... Is that the only thing I can really hit? Let's see, go to my Eldritch Cannon. So it's a 15-foot cone in front of me. And I don't think there's anything other than that little goblin within 15 feet of me, right?
Other than that goblin, no, everybody else is 30 feet away with you or more.
Nope. So I guess I'm just going to be using that 15-foot cone of fire and death, basically directly on that goblin. So basically, it's attached to my shoulder right now, so I can deploy it when I want.
Alright.
Out of this little walker. So basically, they have to do a dex saving throw against it. So it's Eldritch Cannon. I'm trying to see where.
Alright, so what do they got to save on?
I'm trying to find the thing on it. There we go. Okay. They have to beat a 15. So dex saving throw 15. If they fail, they take 2d8 fire damage.
Alright. You failed.
And
Just
then
failed.
if they let's see, if they succeed, I think it was like half damage.
So he failed, so what's the full damage?
7 plus 6, so that's 13 again.
Damn, hitting it with a 13, that's your magical number today.
I guess.
Alright. Alright. Calculated. Alright, so does that do it for your turn?
I believe that's... Well, I think I have a little bit of movement, so I suspect that our wizard is probably gonna... Well, no, I guess there's not anything really in range of fireball, but I'm gonna move back
And by
the
the way,
rest of my movement.
just
Back
to,
with
just to double
the rest of my movement towards that one who's attacking Kiko. So
just to double check something about that fire attack, by the way. It's a cone? It's not a...
it's a cone.
Ah.
15-foot cone.
Alright, and you shot it right at a tree, so...
Wasn't that already on fire?
Now it is.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm
Sucks to be
rolling to
that
see
tree.
how bad. Alright, okay. So, just to note it, that tree is now on fire.
Where have I seen this lumber story before?
we just hate trees.
That's a mood.
Alright. You guys see a small blaze starting to, from the wake of that attack, start to crackle on the tree. Same rules as when we did at the lumberyard. Every rotation, that fire is going to increase gradually. Assuming no one tries to smother it out first.
We'll deal with that as we come to it.
There's a city nearby. I'm certain they have the ability to put out a fire.
Alright, Landrin, you're up.
So, the big group of about 6 dudes. How far away would you say they are in a radius?
From each other?
From
Or
each
you?
other, because I'll tell you what, they're closer than 150 feet.
Let's see. Furthest apart, they're about 30 feet each.
Oh.
Then, in that case, in the group way in the back, just right in the middle of that, since, guess what's happening? Take a gander.
Fireball?
Fireball.
Alright, fire attack.
Yeah, because I am.
Alrighty.
28 fire damage.
Alright, and DC 13.
Dexterity saving throw, please.
Alright, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And if they make
and
it
two
half
of those
damage.
should automatically fail because they're knocked prone.
Yep. So I only have to roll for 4. Alright, so the 2 prone. Alright, so if they succeed this roll, it's half damage, correct?
I want to paint the pic. Yeah, it's only 14 if they succeed. I want to paint the picture for you guys here. They've all been thrown out for their shockwave. Everyone's just like, Jesus fuck. A couple of them are on their asses, and just from behind the crazy motherfucker who nuked them, just this tiny little head appears. Hello.
Already?
Yes.
So, one of them passed. I'll say it's the one with the shield, just out of logic. So, the knight with the shield, he sees you charging your attack, and he's like, ah, fuck. Brings up his metal shield, and he kinda lowers his position, trying to minimize the attack. You launch the fireball. I'll let you describe it, don't worry, but I'm just trying to get all the damage dealt. So, the one with the shield takes 14 damage. Which is... Okay. And the other one takes the full brunt. Alright, so describe it while I calculate the math. Like your epic attack, my good friend.
Epic is a strong word. Landry just leans out behind the group and just shakes his head. You civilian targeting pricks couldn't conquer a shoebox? And just lets loose.
Couldn't conquer a shoebox. I respect it. Alright. And everybody else. Alright. So after your fireball is unleashed, let me also roll to see if anything is lit on fire.
Everything is lit on fire.
Now to ask myself, is it better or worse the higher the number? Alright, so I'm gonna say your fire was so intense and so well... Basically, you cast it perfectly. And it was such a powerful blast that anything it could have caught in its wave of fire was either incinerated or is already singes. So there's not anything left over to really spark a fire. So, woof.
All the fuel has been
And
burned
the
away.
knight that put his shield up, you can see his metal is kind of steaming from the heat, and the shield is partially scorched. But you can tell that he was able to really hold his ground, though you can tell he's feeling it. His armor's probably an oven right now. The other one with the greatsword really felt the blast. You can see his armor is black and scorched, but this is thick plate. He was able to hold pretty well as well, despite the damage. The mercs, on the other hand, all are looking very worse for wear. The two that are knocked prone are currently partially on fire and are screaming to have it snuffed out. The other two that were still standing are, like, their eyebrows are singed off and their clothes are really, really scorched. And you can tell that they're feeling it. They're kind of shaking from the burns on their body, but they're still active. They're still capable of wielding their weapons. And they also look equally scared and pissed right now. Alright, so does that do it for your turn, Legend?
That, in fact, does it for my turn.
Yeah, ready.
Landrin really jumped in power when it came to just kind of talking to Rokan.
Alright, so that's the knights are up next. Okay.
That is Mr. the motherfucker to D6.
Alright, so one of them I'll say, because of the scorching, is now particularly pissed. So he's gonna want, but he's smart, he's calculated, and he understands to try and get to Landron right now, who's at the back of the group, would be kind of suicide. So the knight instead, let me double check the distance, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay, that's within his 30 feet, right? Yep, 30 feet. Alright, so he's gonna rush to Belastarius. Alright. Right. So he's going. This is the knight with the great sword. So you see him as he runs at you, Belastarius. He is bringing this sword around. It's a giant, massive broadsword. It is well crafted as well, and he is bringing it around with full fury as his armor is still singeing from the heat. And you actually, well, Belastarius, do you feel things? It's Warforged. Okay, Okay, well, if you could, I don't know if you do. If you could, you would feel the heat emanating off his armor. So it's kind of the heat is almost. It's a question of, is his anger imitating the heat, or is the heat imitating his anger right now? So he brings around the sword, and he's gonna roll.
I'd say it's more of a sense of, like, I comprehend it, but I don't feel it the same way as a person would.
Does a 22 hit?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so it's a soft 22. It's not a nat 22. So well, wouldn't be a nat 22. It would be a nat 20 plus the modifier. But plus the modifier comes to 22. So he brings the sword around and cleaves at you. What do I gotta roll? Okay. Oh damn. This is gonna hurt.
I'm gonna cast shield. That's a reaction, I believe.
Is it a reaction?
It is.
Okay. Do you have to roll anything for that?
Uh,
Or is it just a cast?
I don't remember. Invisible barrier match force appears and projects at you until the start of your next turn. You have a +5 bonus to AC.
Okay, +5.
So basically, it's just like
Wait,
my
we-
AC. So 18 plus 5.
23?
Yep.
Okay, you're casting it after he already made the impact.
Well, that's how shield is supposed to work. It's supposed to save
Yeah, but
you
aren't
from.
you,
like,
yeah, but it's supposed to save
well,
you. I already rolled to hit. Shouldn't you? Shouldn't you?
Well,
Shouldn't
but,
you have casted it
but-
before we calculated the AC?
Like, I wouldn't, like, what? I'd have to know whether or not it's going to hit. Like, before. Like, if it's not, I'm not going to cast shield if I don't know it's going to hit.
Okay.
So the point of shield is like a last-ditch effort to protect yourself from taking damage. So
Yes,
the
but
roll to
shouldn't
hit
it
has
be-
to be completed first before a reaction can be used. So you are reacting to a situation. So him getting hit would be his reaction. So he can't cast shield until the roll has been made.
Okay. So that's 23. So that brings you right one above the impact. So he does not successfully land the blow. All right. So does he have any bonus actions? Nope. All right. So wait, no, hold on. Is that a? Nope, that's a reaction as well. Alright, so that does it for that knight's turn. It's now knight number 2's turn. So he's also closest. 30 feet. All right. So the other knight, with his shield up and short sword, is rushing you also, Belistarius. Let's get his short sword. I'm gonna roll the hit. Your shield's still up, so that doesn't.
Yep.
Alright, so he swings, but doesn't hit. Or he hits a shield, but doesn't make impact. Alright, so he has multi-attack, so. Man, I don't see the point, but if your shield's at 23, but here's a shot. He swings the sword again. That doesn't hit, so, yep, knights do not land a blow on you, Belistarius. So knights are done. Decoria, you're up.
Oh,
Decoria?
I am?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I would like to move into 10 feet melee range to the what I believe to be the left of Ballistarius.
Okay. So 10-foot melee range.
Uh-oh.
So you want to be on the left?
Yeah.
Well, there goes my plan for my next turn.
5, 10, 15, 20. Oh, yeah, you're within 25 feet. Right. Or did you want to get within 15 feet? Is what you said.
So I have to be within 10 feet.
Okay, so you're within 10 feet here. So you only have to move 5 feet forward.
Okay, so as a bonus action, I cast Spirit Shroud. So I'll dump that over there so that you can see what it does.
That's your bonus action.
And I will take my 2 swings at that guy because he only has to be within 10 feet of me. My first is an 18. My second is a 23.
Alright, is that to hit or is that damage?
That's to hit.
Alright, so for 18, that's against the knight. Alright, plus a shield. Alright, the first attack does not land. The second does.
So the guy on the left should be the guy with the greatsword, not with the shield, so he shouldn't have one. So he should not have a shield.
Oh, yeah, Rob. Right. So that one, so both do hit.
Okay. So my first chunk of damage is 13.
All
My
right.
second amount of damage is 15. No, that's not right. So my first one is 12, and my second one. All right, let's see. How did this work? Okay, I added that. Okay, so my first chunk of damage is 10. My second chunk of damage is 12, and then he also suffers 3 points of cold damage and 1 point of necrotic damage.
Okay.
So 22, 25, 26 points of damage. And since he's been hit with that, he cannot regenerate health if he had the ability to.
He does not. Alright. So, that was pretty brutal. But he's still kicking. Alright, so after your attack with your weapon... I don't know how I describe all that. That's quite a bit.
You describe it as pain, my dude.
Alright. The devastating attack lands on the knight, and he is feeling it. The necrotic damage you can kind of see like burn into his armor. The impact of the attacks have actually like really not shredded it, but like really you start to see the armor start to buckle and dent in. He is taking a brutal beating. But even after all of it, he is still standing tough and looking pissed. Alright. Is that it for your turn?
Bonus action, movement, 2 attacks. That is correct. That is the end of my turn.
Alright. Who's next? That would be Kiko. You're up.
Yes. So, question.
Hmm.
Would Coria be within, like, say, an inch of that goblin? Threatening it.
Within an
perhaps?
inch?
Yeah.
He's within...
It's right in front of me.
He's... Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, the goblin between me and...
He's within... Yeah, he's closer to 5 feet than 10 feet, so I'll say he's within 5 feet of it.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Cool. That means I have advantage to punch this goblin in the face.
There we go.
But I'm going to do it aggressively with a sword.
So, stab.
Advantage.
Dang.
Alright.
11.
Ew.
That is a no.
That's fine. Dagger.
Alright.
That's a bonus action.
Alright.
23.
Hits.
So the dagger, I have been informed. We are 1d4. I do not get my... He takes 1 damage. I do not get my dexterity bonus to damage on offhand attacks.
That is correct.
Yes. So he takes 1 piercing damage and then sneak attack damage. So he takes 12 damage.
There.
Thank God for sneak attack.
Yeah. Ain't that the truth?
Alright. So you so Kiko thrusts forward with the rapier, but the goblin just in time, reflexes, moves away from it. But in the same breath that you stabbed forward, you lash out with your dagger, and you get it right towards the neck, but you miss the neck, and you get the shoulder. You get between the shoulder and the neck, that part, and you click right through, and you feel it cut right through like butter. And the goblin goes, "Ah!" And you see it's a little blue colored blood gonna spew out in the air, but the goblin's still standing, but he felt that one. Alright,
That's more than enough, and I think that's actually the end of my turn.
Alright, that makes...
Actually, but I will check real quick just to be sure.
Alrighty.
Oh, I have a fighting style. Oh, never mind. Does not apply. That is all. That's all I can do.
Okay. So that means it's the mercs as a group. Alright, so these two mercs are going to take pretty much their turn to get up. These two are going to make their way forward, but their whole turn is going to be trying to get forward. Alright, so they can get to here at the furthest. Yeah, a little bit back, actually. There we go. Alright, so that is their turn, right? Because the two that have bows are back here, so...
Well, the two that got up, they use half their movement to get up, so they still have 15 feet of movement if you choose to use that.
Oh, right, it's half movement. I thought it was full movement for some reason.
No, it's half.
Well, I know.
Same thing with it's the same thing with climbing. The same rule applies. Use half your movement for it.
Alright, so they can pretty much just be right on their ass. Alright. And they don't have anything else. Yep, so they go as far as they can. But they're making their way to you guys. Alright. That's really all they can do. They really got nothing. And the ones with the bows got up. But they don't have a clear line of sight to any of you, so... Yep. That does it for their turn. We're back to the top with the goblins. Alright. So the goblin that's in front of you, Kiko, that you slashed, looking really pissed, is now going to bring his short sword at you.
Alright. Fight me. Do it.
Nat 20.
Ah.
He's pissed.
Well.
That's a critical. That's not good. Okay.
I would like to use my reaction and uncanny dodge that attack. It halves the damage.
It halves the damage. Okay.
Yes.
So it halves the damage. I'll still have to roll 2d6s, but...
Yes.
So just divide that.
But it is half of that 2d6 damage.
Okay. Alright, so roll... Alright, so half of 8.
4. Neat.
Alright. So yeah, the goblin swings wildly, but you reflexly roll away, and it's like Rah! Brings it down, and it cleaves kind of your arm as you get away, but not so deep of a cleave that it does any debilitating damage. But you, Kiko, have a very large gash in between your feathers of your arm.
Oh, I'm really feeling it now. Ouch.
Alright. So the other goblin... Alright, so the other goblin, singed and hurt from Belstarius still, now moves to attack him, which is more of a pivot, not really moving. So he also has a short sword, so... Okay, what's the modifier? 19. Your shield's down now, right?
Is it within the turn, like... I'm trying to remember how long it goes.
Has your turn come around yet? Until then,
No.
It's still active.
No, okay, so it's still active, so that doesn't make it through the 23. So he fails to get through the shield. Excuse me, my apologies. And he really has nothing else he can do either. Alright, so that ends it for the goblin's turn. Belstarius, you are now up. And your shield is down.
Alright. Yep, shield goes down.
You are
All
up.
right,
Shield
so
goes down.
let's see, 15 foot. Let's see, if I cast Thunderwave at first level, is Decoria within my cube? If I decide to make the cube around me,
What's the cube's radius?
it's 15 feet.
15 feet. Yep, he's with 15 feet. Wasn't that everybody? No. That's just Ikoria and the goblin and the 2 knights.
Being teamed. Is it worth it?
Is it? Oh, by the way, now that we're on the next rotation, I almost forgot. I gotta roll to see if that fire gets worse. Let's say that. It's a little bit worse.
Given my situation, I think I might have to cast it. I am very sorry.
Oh, it's cool. You do what you gotta do, man.
Alright, I'm casting Thunderwave at first level. I'm gonna get, unless, can Thunderwave, like, can I move the cube so it's just in front of me, getting just the knights in front of me, or?
I thought it was a cone. Is it a cone or is it a cube?
I said cube.
Okay.
So it's a 15-foot cube.
If I understand how it works, it has to be directly around you in a radius. I don't think you can move
Okay,
it.
well, I'll just do that then. Alright. So I'm casting that, so everyone's gotta make a Constitution saving throw.
Alright, I'll roll for our 3 enemies there. Decoria.
You gotta beat a 15.
Alright.
Oh shit, I made a mistake. I cast the first one at 2nd level last time.
Alright, so both the knights make their save. The goblin does not.
So they'll take damage, but they're not gonna get thrown back.
Alright. So, what's the damage?
14.
Alright. It's full damage even if they made it. It's just, the Constitution was just about the knockback, correct?
Let's check. They take half damage.
Okay. So the goblin takes the full 14 and is knocked back. I'll say he's not knocked
10 feet,
prone.
yeah.
No, 10 feet. That's the full... Actually, no, that's pretty... Well, right here would be 10 feet, but tomato, tomato.
Onto a flaming tree. Right.
True, actually, that's an environmental. Let me see what that kind of... I'll roll to see if he takes damage from that, actually. I would say yes, because the roll was for him to not take damage, and he rolled a 2. So, now, what would be a fair die to roll for his damage? He's just brushing into it. He's not like in the middle of like a
Will
gulf.
it be like 1d8 or something, or like
I'll do a
1d6 or something?
I'll do a d6. I think that sounds fair. D6 singeing damage. Yeah, 4. Oh, I almost went wrong. Yeah, math.
Man.
There. Alright, so Goblin gets swung back, plus on top of the 14 damage, so it's 18 in total. See environmental damage. Wow, that Goblin is not looking good.
Okay, so I failed my Constitution saving throw,
Alright.
so I get thrown back 10 feet, but that determines, do I fall into the Goblin? Do I fall into Kiko? Do I fall into Landrick?
I will say because Belisarius is pointing at you an angle, I'll say are you closer to the Goblin? I'll let's do this. Can you roll me a Dex or Acrobatics more specifically?
That's a 4.
Damn. So I'm gonna say you weren't able to direct yourself where you flew back, so you're gonna fly back into Kiko. Just going based on your angle from where you're faced from Bell. So
Is there a way Kiko could dodge?
well, since I gave him the opportunity to roll acrobatics, I'll give you the same opportunity, like as a reaction to see if you could reflexly avoid it.
Sure. 14? Probably not.
It's one of those things where I'd be more comfortable if it was like a solid 15, because that passes most dex saves.
Yeah, same.
It's one short of that, though.
That's up to you then.
I'll say, since it didn't hit 15,
I
yeah,
apologize. I had to try and break up the combat if I could.
it's okay. So yeah, Decoria, you fly back and hit into Kiko. So I'll say you both both roll me Constitution saving.
Constitution save. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh no.
No, hold on.
That's bad.
Oh, well, that's a natural 20.
So yeah, you take no damage.
16.
Yeah, and you also take no damage. The impact is rough, but the two of you were able to brace one another, and you guys have been hit with much worse, so no damage.
Watch where you're going.
Alright, so I guess that leaves... So I took my action with Thunder Wave, so that leaves
Yeah, I almost forgot.
my bonus action. So I can either Expeditious Retreat or try and just torch them with my flamethrower and hope for the best. Wait, no. Expeditious Retreat is concentration, damn it. Wait, no, it's a spell that allows you to move at incredible pace. Just a quick, trying to get it, it's settled. The Expeditious Retreat, is that one settled? Does that allow me to pull out without a reaction, or what was? I'm trying to read it.
You can also just disengage, which is just a general action. Actually,
Yeah,
I
but
don't.
he
It's
uses
not even an
action
action.
to cast a spell.
Right. So.
So it disengage is not an action for a rogue, but disengage is an action for anybody else.
Right.
Yeah, I've already taken my inaction, so I only have my bonus action and movement.
Yes, so you can't use disengage. Expeditious Retreat. I don't know that one off the top of my head.
I'm trying just to think how
It increases your movement speed, but it does not prevent you from taking damage or anything.
Okay,
like
so that they wouldn't be worth
Stand
the
there and
slot.
Take it or
Yeah,
take the attack of opportunity. Those are the only options you have, which are the same options you had at the beginning of the fight.
Yep, my only option here is just to do as much damage as I can and hope for the best.
Right up.
All right, so
Yeah.
basically flamethrower, 15-foot cone in front of me. They gotta do a dex save.
Alright, both of them gotta do a dex. One got a 17, the other got a 6.
All right, one saves, the other does not.
Alright.
It's a dex of 15.
Yeah, the one with a
Just
shield.
out of curiosity,
Hmm.
what's the distance between the two that are directly behind him?
From the knights or from Belisarius?
From Balistarius, because I'm
They
curious if
are
those guys
5,
are
10,
within
15,
15 feet.
They are 25
Oh,
feet away.
just out of range.
They're 25 feet away.
Damn it.
Always got to double check just in case, because you never know when you're going to do more damage.
Alright. So the one with the shield, I'll say, is the one who got 17, just out of, again, logic. The one with just doesn't save. Alright, so alright, so what's the damage?
8 plus 6. 14 damage.
Alright, so
That's half for the one who saved.
86. Math, it's my favorite thing. Math, it's my favorite thing.
As long as you don't switch the vowel to an E.
Meth, it's my favorite thing. Alright, and 14 for the one who didn't save. Alright, that knight, being hit with more fire, he's even more scorched. The one with the shield brings it up again, and he definitely got the flames around that shield and scorched around him, but he took the brunt of it and was able to avoid as much damage as his compatriot. But his compatriot who got hit with the flames full on is, again, His armor is almost pitch black in the front at this point. And you can see with the flesh under, like, in that gap of the helmet, you can see that it's peach red. He is burning under that, and he is holy shit losing it. You hear a large scream of agony.
The smell of bacon.
You smell something burning, that's for sure. Alright, so does that do it for your turn, Belisarius?
That's everything I can do.
Alright.
I suppose I could.
You're it.
Well. I can't help but notice that they've grouped up a little more since. Fireball in the middle of them again.
Alright.
I outside of the.
What's the radius
circle.
of that?
It's about I think it's 30 feet. Let me double check.
I just gotta be sure.
Did I use my movement?
No, you did not.
Alright, so when you say
damn it.
the
Too late.
when you say the middle,
Oh, jeez, it's
when you say the middle, Landrin, do you mean here middle or here middle?
about the second.
Here.
Yes.
Okay, so
That would put me in the blast
Bill's
radius.
10 feet away from that middle.
Okay, in the middle on the
You
other
can get
side.
you can do like pretty much all of them and try and get the edge of the circle just hitting the knights.
If you're going for here, that's 20 feet away. If the radius is 30, it's still... So basically, unless you're hitting back here...
The radius on Fireball is, it's looking at the spells, 20 feet.
20 feet. Alright, so if you do it right here, you'll just get them and the knights, and Belisarius will get a nice, warm wall of fire in front of him, but it won't touch him.
I believe the term I'm looking for is, yes, Landrin, kaboom.
Alright,
Spicy.
so you launch that forward. Alright, so what's everybody gonna
Second
roll?
helpings for everyone. Dexterity.
Dex save. Alright, that's for all 6 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, so everybody's rolled Dex. Alright.
Oh, Jesus.
39 fire damage. 19 for anyone who makes their save.
Alright, so...
Now that's a fireball.
Is it DC
Damn.
13?
That's Hiroshima.
He's getting the hang of this.
Alright, so both the knights made their roll.
Man,
We need to do a
of-
Megumin style chant with
two
this.
of the mercs got 1s, and their health is low enough that I'm gonna say it kills them. Like that, 2 nat 1s, and their health is significantly lower. And there's no way I can make that critical worse, because 39, to give you a concept, 2 of the mercs have 29 HP left. So even if that wasn't a critical fail, all 4 of them are dead. Even the ones who didn't completely, utterly fail, like the 2 with the nat 1s. But the 2 that hit nat 1s were at the epicenter of this massive sphere of fire. Just... You all swear you hear a dragon, like, for a brief moment roar as the flames just engulf this sphere. And when it clears, the backs of both the knights you can see are smoking. Like, it's not even like a little mist of heat. You see a distortion in the air and smoke. And they are
My
both
is flaming.
looking terrible. But they made their saves, so they take half, correct?
19 fire damage.
19. Alright, so... Let me calculate that. See how low they both
Consider
are.
that bitch slapped.
Alright. And the other one...
Oh, I completely forgot about my homunculus servant. That should have been out with me.
Alright. So...
Hindsight.
The knight... Alright, so the knight that with the two-handed sword is now on his knees, and is incapable of continuing the fight. He is not dead, but his health is low enough, I'm going to say he's not capable of continuing, especially considering how many times he in particular has been hit with full blast of fire. So the knight with the great sword is now on the ground, and you can hear him. He's not able to scream right now. He's just in so much pain.
Low moans.
You see him like shaking, like he is in that much pain. He's just shaking and shuddering, trying not to move because literally any kind of movement right now results in agonizing pain. The other knight, despite the scorches and the burns he's also received, he is still good to go with the fight. He has taken a lot less damage than his compatriot. Again, though, these 4 bastards, nothing is there. Not armor, not clothing, not bones, nothing.
Not even a shame.
Oh no, nothing to loot.
Just this giant
Just,
scorched crater. Though, that is fire, so I'm going to roll, see if anything environmentally happened there. Nope, nothing lit. Yep, just another perfect fireball that just scorched everything and didn't leave anything.
So hot
left
it
of the
burnt
light.
instantaneously.
Mm-hmm.
I can only imagine the looks the knights must be giving Landrin, or worse yet, even the rest of the party.
I'll put him in a prone position. Even though he's not prone, I'll put him like that just to signify he's not capable of continuing. Alright.
Because I always want to say this whenever something happens, bring them to me. I want them alive.
After both goblins saw that shit, they are looking done. Like, in their face. Like, they're like, fuck this. But, just so you know what they look like right now.
The men are wavering.
Alright, so... Landrin, did you have anything else you could or wanted to do? Or could and wanted to do?
Smile, and that will be the rest of my turn.
Alright.
Smugness plus 500.
He sniffs the air.
That brings
Burning
us
meat is beautiful to him.
to the knight. So the remaining knight, scorched up, heavily injured. You see him look at his compatriot. He looks behind him in the giant crater of nothingness. He looks back at you guys. And he drops his sword and his shield. We surrender. We surrender. Decoria, you're up if you want to do anything.
So the knight is surrendered, but the goblins are probably about to
initiative
run.
is still active, so until it gets to their turn, their ability to surrender hasn't come yet.
Okay.
I suppose I put my weapon away and I walk up to the guy that said he surrendered and grab him by the arm.
Alright. So you grab him by the arm, and he's not resisting. He's trying to cooperate, but you can tell moving right now is hard to do. He's singed.
Landrin, my good friend, do me a favor. Drag this man back with us, and I'm pointing at the other one that's currently knocked prone. I'm presuming you're going to use like floating disc or whatever.
That's correct, my good man.
The goblins are going to take this opportunity to try and run.
Kiko's not going to let that happen.
Alright.
Like, Kiko's 100% going to, like, grab this goblin and put him on the ground.
Alright, roll me strength.
Right. Oof. Can I try to trip him instead of, like, grab him?
And yeah, you can. What would that be?
Perhaps, preferably
Dex?
dexterity, yes.
I technically think that's Dex. Yeah, go with Dex.
15.
Yeah, alright, so the goblin tries to tail it, and you trip him, he falls, and the shield and sword slide forward on the ground as he face palms on the dirt.
And that's when Kiko's going to walk up and just on top of him.
Alright, so you got him pinned. The other one's trying to run as well. Anyone want to try and stop him?
And
You know, I do have one more third level spell slot.
Oh no.
Yeah, no. I'm gonna turn. Basically, I see him turning. The one that's surrendering. I will. Let's see. Would a firebolt to the legs be enough to knock him down?
I mean, with his health right now, be more apt to say that would kill him.
Yeah, either way. Dead men tell no tales.
witnesses. No
Firebolt.
witnesses.
Alright, firebolt, roll the hit and roll damage if you hit.
Let's see. 17 is what I rolled, and then damage for firebolt. That's 2d10s. Alright, where's my d10s? There's one. Where's the other one? There's another one. No, that's not a d10. 10 damage.
Just short of murdering him. Alright, so you blast his leg off, and I mean off. You have removed his left leg. He's now on the ground, and the fire cauterized the wound, so he's not bleeding, but he is desperately trying to crawl away.
And I've got this knight here who's, well, hopefully I'm going to trust his sense of honor and walk over and plant my foot on the back of the goblin who's trying to crawl away.
Alright, so sounds like you guys have secured everybody. So,
Yes. Out.
shortly after you guys have finished the fight, you hear in about 2, 3, maybe 4 minutes, you hear rustling through the brush, and you see Lord Farian run through the brush, accompanied by about 4 or 5 full armored company from the city. And you kind of see him look around and survey what's going on.
Goblin's my ass, Kiko says, tying up this goblin.
Alright,
Pulling out rope.
okay, so he rolled pretty good on his perception. It seems you've all been keeping busy. My Lord Farian.
Well, someone had to take care of the problem.
My Lord Farian, are those the brigands? No, those are my compatriots. My god. Those ones. He gestures to the knights in purple. Those are the brigands. But isn't that your house crest, my lord? No, that is not. Take them. Yes, my lord. You heard! And all the armored soldiers move forward and secure the goblins and the knights. 4 of them kind of lift up the one that fell on his knees, kind of gently, because they could feel as they lift him up, like his flesh
What lantern
kind of
is
crinkling.
done to him?
We're gonna have to bring the carriage for this one. Call a priest. We need one immediately. This one's gonna die. Hold. Lord Farian stops them, escorting the other knight who had the shield. And he removes his helmet. Langway. Yeah, so after the helmet is removed, you see a decently young man, late 20s, early 30s. He appears, he has a lighter blonde hair, pretty, not pale skin, but on the lighter tone. And you can also see, his hair's kind of matted and sweaty, and some of it's scorched from the heat of just the helmet kind of singeing his hair. And he's got bright purple eyes. My lord. Take him away. I don't want to look at him. And the knight kind of lowers his head in shame as the guard are dragging him away. My fellows, well done. Let us enter the city, shall we? This rotten business handled. You 3. He gestures to 3 of the company guard. Put out that fire. Now. Yes, my lord. Alright, what do you guys want to do?
Landon is going to help put out the fire super quick, and then follow along with Lord Farian, I guess.
Alrighty.
So he will inquire, which way did the lumber workers go?
Are you asking that to Lord Farian or any or just generally?
It's just a general open question to the assembled.
Right, one of the town guard turns to you. Oh, well, they ran back into the city. Right now, some of our other mages and priests are looking them over, making sure they're not hurt. We ran as soon as we could. It took a moment to collect everyone.
Well, it seems the raiders have been fully thwarted then.
Well, these ones, yes.
Is this a common occurrence?
Well, lately we've had brigands getting more and more bold. Very oddly. It's the first time they've attacked randomly, though. Usually it's caravans or something specific they're after. I mean, attacking lumber workers. No offense to the workers, but it's not exactly a crucial thing to attack. They don't even have a lot of coin on them when they're out here.
Probably just trying to get rid of prying eyes from whatever they were doing.
Maybe. You guys, a mage, another second goes by after this is said, and a mage, you can tell is very obviously a mage, wearing robes, staff, a book, a grimoire of sorts, probably their magic journal, chained to their side, and kind of a fancy wizard hat, run through the brush, escorted by 2 guards. The mage is a fairly tall young man. You can probably guess he's early 20s, mid-20s maybe. Hazel eyes. My lord, this was a distraction. Lord Farian turns. Distraction? Well, not exactly a distraction as much as it is an alternate attack. We have 18 different reports coming into the city. Our guards are running around all across the forest around the city, trying to figure out where the hell all these attacks are coming from. Everyone from lumber workers to tradesmen. Anyone who's left the city, really, and gone near the tree line has been attacked. How many of the brigands have been caught? Well, other than this lot, maybe 2, 3 others. The strangest part of the report is all of them were accompanied by goblins.
It would appear whatever plans that have been put into motion are coming into a bit of a disturbing culmination.
Gather up all the forces you can. We're heading back into the city. Aye, my lord. Should I appraise Lord Rollo? Do as you will. Yes, sir. Well, you heard him, men. Let's get everything wrapped up. Take these filthy brigands to the brig. Now, come on. And they haul away the goblins and the knights. And you guys follow in tow Lord Farian. So as you guys leave the tree line and get back to the caravan, you notice it's gone. You could pretty safely guess it probably was allowed to enter the city. And Lord Farian makes his way across the drawbridge into the city. I assume safely you all follow him.
That would be a rather safe assumption, yes.
Alrighty. So, the party enters the city, and you come into a fairly large street. Nice cobblestone streets, and you see a very bustling city. When you first enter, you see two statues kind of mirroring 2 wolves on a hind leg position, with their 2 front paws kind of pushed down, but still up. On either side, facing each other as you enter, you see a lot of commotion right now. You can actually see the caravan just slightly ahead, kind of pulled to the side at the entrance. You see several buildings everywhere. Many of them look like houses. None of this looks like a business street. And you also see a rustle tumble of a bunch of guards trying to get people to go back to their homes. Some of them looking kind of confused. Quite a bit of commotion from the crowd.
Understandable.
Alright. So as Lord Farian walks in, you guys hear he'll call out, my Lord Farian, welcome to Northholm. And you see a red tiefling walk forward. Her hair is about shoulder length. It's a kind of like a darker auburn hue. Her eyes are kind of like a dimmer yellow, and she's about 5'6", 5'5". Full armored plate minus the helmet. Good to see you again, my lady. You look rather different. What do we owe the pleasure of you being back so soon? I thought you were on your way to Ursine. I made my trip. It was eventful, I would say, considering you... Well, no offense, you don't look as geriatric as you did. Thank you. I won't ask too many questions. I definitely know it's you, though. You still walk the same no matter how old you look. Her eyes kind of dart over your group, and her eyes stop on Decoria.
Greetings, Roxana. It's been a long time.
Ah. Can't ever seem to lose you stupid bastards anyway. How are you, Decoria?
I'm wonderful, and you? And, I go in for a handshake and then, a pat on the back kind of hug, not like a full embrace hug.
Yeah. She takes your hand, shakes it, and brings you in for the brace for the pat on the back. Well, I've been better than I used to be.
I can see. Captain of the God. My, how far we've all come.
Yeah. Did you hear about our old friend?
Oh, Bruggy! Yes, I ran into him. He was in Ursine.
You did?
A priest.
Yes.
Who would have thought?
I actually pegged him for more of a regular mage. To see him find his faith and his passion in healing, I was a bit shocked.
Well, given the history, it does make sense. He had faith in everything, just not the people, unfortunately. But he found faith in something else and does well for himself and continues to do good for our kind and all kind. So
Indeed.
All I can say is that I am happy to see that he has grown into his own man and has chosen to follow his own path.
Yeah, I'm proud of him too. Though I'll never tell it to his face.
Well, I don't blame you. You never told anybody straight. It is what it is.
Yeah, tell people how it is, they don't like it. Although I'm sure you've learned that by now.
Yes, but it hasn't stopped me, has it, Lord Farian?
Aye, I suppose not.
I believe it was Lord Farian that said, I'm just as bad as my father. I just never know when to stop.
Not the worst trait to have, I must say.
Oh, well, that's only if you wish to hear the truth. If not, then it can be an issue.
Yeah. Any fool who doesn't wish to hear the truth is likely to meet a quick and violent end. The truth is a valuable resource, far more so than any gold or gemstone. But I wish we could stay on pleasantries right now, but we cannot. Roxana, can you do me a favor? Of course, Lord Varian. As Council of Geist, you're one of the lead authority in the city. Though I need to report to Lord Rollo about the events that have occurred today. I figured as much. Great conversationalist, I suppose. She kind of frowns. Lord Farian, I know you have your issues with Lord Rollo, but he is the lord of the city now. I understand. Well, what is the favor you wish of me? I ask that you bring all... Well... He kind of looks aside, hesitating. I ask that you bring in everyone who's working outside the city. I don't care if it's mines, I don't care if it's the forestry for lumber workers, I don't care if it's foragers, farmers. Everyone needs to be inside right now. She kind of pops one eyebrow up. That's a bit drastic. I'll admit that the attacks are all rather coordinated and sudden, and ferocious. We've lost a good number of people today. But to pull in everybody working outside the city right now, we're not under siege. I know that. I don't know if that'll last, though. I assume there's a lot more to this than you're just saying right now. Very well. Oi! And you see two, she whips to the back of her, and two of the guard who are on either of her side with pikes kind of jump, and they look to her. You heard the Lord. Spread the word now. Get everyone in the city. We're closing the drawbridge in half an hour. Is that understood? Yes, ma'am. And you see one of them run through further into the city. You assume to a more northern gate, and the other one back through the southern gate you guys just came through. And just when I thought I was bringing order to this city, more chaos erupts. Well, I have duties to perform at the current moment. And I have to report to Lord Rollo in about 2 hours. I would like to join you, if I may. If the old lion is even talking. He hasn't spoken a word. So no change? None. What about the other counselors? Have they all returned to their individual territories? Lord Aura's still here, but other than him, everyone's gone back to their territories. You're the only other lord in the city other than Rollo and Aura. Thank you. I'll bid you see you in 2 hours. Yes, sir. And you see her stand at attention as her armor clinks as she does, and then she puts one of her fists to her breastplate, her left fist to her right breastplate. She bows, returns back to attention, and then you see her walk away into a nearby building, which appears to be a decent-sized brick barracks.
My, how times have changed.
Aye.
Oh, I've been gone too long. Much has changed.
I suppose so. Well,
Never thought that oaf of a woman, a barbarian, I would say, would ever rise in the ranks. But here I am, disproven.
I must say, she will surprise you. Well, we have 2 hours. I say we all get some rest at the Drowning Wench, the nearby pub. Do you remember it?
Aye, I remember it well. Father spent many a night there.
Same person still owns it, if you're curious. Old bastard. He's younger than me, but I swear he's older with half the time how he talks. Well, I will be there if you wish to tend to your caravan first. I am heading there immediately. I need more than any kind of drink will provide. You see him kind of like slouch, and he starts to walk away.
I do have one question, sir. The maid shop. It would be owned by a Drider. Do you happen to know where this shop is?
Ah, yes. It's nearby the Mage Tower, actually. If you're looking for that lovely lady, Miss Novary's shop, it hasn't been open in, well, most of the summer. Now that it's coming to winter, I suppose she would want to come to Northolm. Her shop's
Yes.
about on the same street as the Mage Tower, but it's about 2 buildings beforehand. It's a large circular tower-like shop. It's bigger on the inside than it is on the outside, let me tell you. But, I suppose the easiest way to notice it is by the sign out front. It's an old cauldron with a spider.
Thank you, my lord. I appreciate that. I have matters I must attend to.
Aye. Well, I'll see you all later. You see him kind of walk away. You can tell he's tired and a bit exacerbated. And he heads towards the direction further down the street, essentially. And around the corner, out of sight.
Gentlemen, I do not know if you wish to join me. However, as most of you are aware, I have my own particular reason for ensuring Miss Novary's safety. So I would like to go pay her a visit. If you guys need directions, I can provide as best I can. If you guys wish to accompany, I would understand. If not, I would suggest going to the tavern.
Wait, lose everybody? What?
No, didn't know no one responded to my silly little message in general, but it's okay. There's no reason to take up your time with a. I think she'd like some privacy with you. Let's go, gentlemen. And Kiko.
Oh, wow. Just and ego. Okay.
He could have said,
Hey.
and chick.
Yeah,
And
but that would
Madam
have been two on the
Bird.
nose. That would have been two on the nose. Or should I say beak?
Like, damn,
Ha,
I got you a
ha,
baby moment if
ha,
to be treated like
ha.
this. Help.
Alright.
Feel respected, bro.
Right here, right here. Alright, so everybody's heading to Miss Nova's shop. Alright, so you guys make your way through the residential district, and as you do, you see a lot of rustle and bustle. And you see quite a few tieflings. For every human you've seen so far, you've seen an equal number of tieflings. Very different colors. Most have been of a red or blue hue. But you have seen one or two of a more purple hue as well. They're all walking around the shop. You hear them talk. You hear a good mixture of infernal and a good mixture of common. And it just seems pretty, despite the severity of things that have happened outside the city's walls, it seems to not have affected the rustle and bustle of the inside. Though you do hear here and there a little bit of a rumbling about what happened outside the city. It's like, did you hear about the lumberers? Oh, yes, I did. Is it true what happened to them? Yes, they were attacked by goblins and armored men. Have they ever heard of goblins fighting with men? It's unheard of, I tell you. Dark times indeed. You know, things like that as you move about the city. As you guys make your way past the residential district, and you see children playing through the street, you come to the lower market district. As you go turn a right corner through the residential district, and it's about 10 minutes of a walk, so it's quite a few buildings, the whole residential district. You could calculate if you actually were to try and like make your way through all the buildings and streets and everything. Probably a good 500 plus people live in just that particular residential district alone. And then you come to the lower market district, which you see shops and bustling little carts here and there. Come get your fire flakes! Come get your fire flakes! Nice and spicy, nice and fresh. Hi, would you like a strip of sausage? Strip of sausage! Strip of sausage! Nice and fresh. Delicious! Got some spices for it and everything. And come, I got fresh flowers! Ready and picked flowers! Yeah, just making your way
Flowers,
through.
you say, madam?
Hi, wee one. If you got the coin to pay, I've got the flowers for you.
What? Do you have any chrysanthemums?
There better be a cabbage merchant.
She pulls she pulls a small bouquet of them. Aye, one or a bouquet?
Hey, please.
You say bouquet?
Yes, a bouquet.
Alright, that'll be 10 silver.
Here you are, ma'am. And do you perchance have any lavender?
I got a few, yeah.
Just a bouquet of that as well.
Alright, another 10.
Decoria, you feel tugging on your... Thank you, and good day to you, madam. Decoria, Landron is tugging on your pants.
I did have an interaction before I wanted to get to that. I wanted to purchase a single black rose.
Alright, I got one for you. I don't get many requests for black roses anymore, though. Hey.
Well, not everyone understands the meaning of a black rose. So, for me, it is something of importance.
She kind of like looks at you really carefully, like she recognizes you. But this woman is on the older side. She's like 60, 70.
Yes, ma'am. You are who I think you. I am who you probably think I am. I am the son of Ralex, and I have come back to town.
She almost drops the bouquet she's holding. Welcome home. And she puts the flowers down and comes over and tries to hug you.
I give her a warm embrace.
The city's much missed your
Now, Mrs.
family.
Now, Miss Thornbush, I know it has been many years, but has your husband passed? If so, I do send my condolences. It has been far too long since I have been in town, and you helped me during many of uneventful days.
He passed away last summer. Old bastard really fought the cold that took him.
Oh, well, I am sorry to hear that. But I hope all is well for you. I know you will be here for many years to come. And how much would the single black rose run me?
Not a coin you'll pay here. And she just hands you the flower.
I appreciate it, Mrs. Thornbush. You have always shown me sympathy when many did not, after a long period of time. I appreciate that. So thank you.
The city owes you, your father, and your mother a lot. If you don't know, they erected another statue of him in the middle of town.
Did they now?
Hey, on his old horse.
Oh, I will have to go and pay my respects. I hope it's as good as... well, as good as my father was.
No statue could be a good visual replacement of the man himself. No matter how tall he may have physically been, he stood above us all in many ways.
He did. He did. The voice of a king? Who would have thought? But I have other engagements. I will be back. I will be in town for quite some time. So I will like to catch up at some point in the near future.
Okay. Well, you take care of yourself, okay?
I will try. And I'm gonna put my black rose in, like, not like my lapel, because obviously I don't have one, but like I'm gonna put it on my shirt for the time being. And I'm gonna turn to my young friend Landrin. Yes, what can I do for you, good friend?
He has a bunch of. He was going to give you the lavenders, but you already thought of that.
I appreciate the thought, but I do things of my own accord, and I like to think of things a little differently, and the custom that I am pertaining to is slightly different than what you might have knowledge of.
I guess I have two of these then.
Extra Fanova. Alright, so you guys make your way past the shop, and as you walk through the city to Korea, you see steadily familiar faces, quite a few new ones. Lots of people you don't recognize, or if you did know them, you know, time has passed, a lot of aging. You go past the local blacksmith, which is a fairly burly blue tiefling with a very thick beard. You know him to be go by the name of Grobo. Grobo is also a business partner. You didn't make the connection until just now, but it's also a business partner of Ivan's from Ursine Village. So he's kind of they're kind of like the same shop, but like subsidiaries of one another.
I would like to point that out to Landrin and Ballistarius, because I knew they had business dealings with the other representative in Ursine, and if they were to follow up, all communication should be through him.
All right. So Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, so basically it's kind of like one of them was like the apprentice of the other, but they kind of branched off their businesses and they're connected that way.
Kinda, yeah.
I don't know. I like to think of it as a chain store of blacksmiths.
That's
They're
what
all
that's
in
what I was
business
thinking.
together.
Or they're part of a specific guild.
Yeah, I'd say a guild is the accurate way to put it, yeah.
Like they don't have like a broad blacksmith guild, but they have like individual sort of little conglomerates of blacksmiths that compete with other conglomerates.
Yep, they share blueprints, they share designs. They also keep in contact with one another. If, like, let's say a customer of one shop is moving around throughout the countryside and still still wants to keep a certain item in, at the very least, they want to keep up with the information of the updates of that item. So let's say they want a sword crafted, but they wanted it crafted in Ursine, but they go to Northholm for a little while. The two shops will keep in close contact with another, so like one will tell the other of like, hey, this is their physical description, this is who we work with. We'll send you regular updates if you encounter them, and if they encounter you and they ask questions about the item, here's the updates, and we'll even see if we can send it to you through magical means to then sell to the customer. Things like that. So basically, the idea of it is, if you commission or order something or have something being built or designed somewhere, no matter where you go, you can still be, at the very least, you can get updates on it, and at the very most, you can actually get the item in a different location.
So they would it be long enough for the blueprints and designs to have traveled between Ursine and Northholm for us to even check on?
Right.
So they've already sent message.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Well, that's worth looking into.
Aye. All right. So you guys finish your weeding through a lot of the merchant district. Lots of people tried to like upsell you guys stuff like, oh hey, you look like you'd be perfect for this item. You guys kind of brush past all those sorts and make it through the merchant district. And then you come to the city center. And there in the city center, you guys see a very, very large statue of a tiefling. Of a helmeted, horned tiefling on horseback, with his sword, holding a sword aloft outward, looking off into the distance. A very large, pristine statue. And as you come around to it, you see a large plaque that says in very large words, it says Ralexes, Decoria's father's name.
The man, larger than the legend itself. I miss you, father. But now is not the time. Now is not the time. And I continue walking towards the Miss Novery shop.
Right. So you guys take as you guys pass the statue, you guys take a sharp right turn down the Mage District, which has got a much wider street. There's a bunch of buildings on either side. You can see a lot of chimneys with interesting colored smoke coming from them. So you could tell pretty much every building, at least initially along the street, has some level of the arcana going on. You can tell from the signs and stuff that it's not all the same thing. You see some that have like a potion symbol, so you could probably ascertain that those shops sell potions. Some that have like an herbalist symbol, so like they sell the herbs or materials to combine into potions and materials. You see a craft shop, which also seems to contain like items used to sift through potion material, also research materials for how to develop new spells and arcana. Lots of different magic-related shops. And then the tower itself, which has a small gate around it. It's clearly not a shop. You're not sure what it is. Now, Decoria, You recognize it to be the Grand Magus, or the Grand Magus, sorry. The Grand Magus Tower. It's kind of like a college. It's kind of like an education area. A certain noble family owns it in the city. They're all mages. They're not lycanthropes. They're just mages. They're researchers of sorcery and arcana. They have a kind of both a good and a bad reputation in the city. They're liked in the sense because they've invented a lot of like everyday usage items. Like, as you guys remember, you saw in Ursine, you saw the glass that could open up and contain. You could see one-way glass. You can have like silencing runes. All of that was researched and developed here at the Grand Magus Tower. So they're well liked for what they've created, the everyday life improvements that they've made, but so little is known about them. Like, no one, unless you're a mage learning there, you're not allowed to go into the tower. You're not no one's allowed in whatsoever. There's magic runes and barriers. A lot of people have referred to the gate as for show, because what's really protecting that tower is something far more fundamental. Unless you have the right runes and the right know-how, you cannot get in. So it is locked up tight. And the lord that controls it is commonly believed to be dead, like he died in that tower, because he's almost never seen. Technically, he's on the Council of Geist as a noble, but again, the last time he was seen was, as you were told as a young boy, was 100 years ago in his old decrepit form as he walked about the street, but he looked not quite alive, but like a ghoul. You know, things, mythological stuff like that. But in actuality, no one really has seen the Lord in a long time. Has it been 100 years, or more like 20 years, 10 years? No one knows. But it has been a very long time. So it's definitely a tower of great mystery.
I would like to... I would like to embellish this story ever so slightly.
Okay.
And make it sound as though that the guy's the big bad boogeyman that originally started the Grand Magus, and that he is still alive and will whisk away people at night.
And you hear Rokan go, my kind of gentleman.
So I do give all of the correct information, but I embellish it just because, you know, those were the stories that I had heard as a child. So I would wish to do the same to my friends and adventuring party and explain it to them, but like not let them know I'm lying.
All right.
Can Kiko roll an insight check?
So you got to beat a 20.
It's possible. Not likely, but possible. 24.
Yeah, well, Kiko obviously knows I'm lying.
Kiko's got like
exaggerating.
a knowing look. Yeah.
Exaggerating. Yes, I am exaggerating.
Kiko's got a knowing look on her face, but it's just not going to say anything.
This is my town, damn it.
All right. So
I'm certain you know more about it than I do.
All right. So, does anyone else want to try and insight that, or is everybody satisfied with the embellishment of the story?
Landon doesn't suspect a thing.
Gotcha. And Belstarius?
May as well. 19.
Does
You
not beat a
believe
20.
me.
You believe him. The big metal man believes the boogeyman story. Alrighty. So, you guys, after that little light excursion, Decoria kind of like... and you guys notice a nice kind of shop. One of the only shops that doesn't have smoke coming out of the chimney with like those interesting flashing colors and stuff. And you see a large black cauldron symbol with a white snake. A white spider arms kind of wrapped around the cauldron, while 8 of its legs kind of like grabbing it from behind, and you see its shape and symbol on the front.
I
Small
believe
thing.
we have found our destination.
Quite. Kiko,
Yes.
Landon gives you the lavender bouquet. Here you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What am I supposed to do with this?
It's just flowers, it's a gift. Don't worry about it.
It's sentimental. They last like 5 minutes, but still.
Don't you have someone better to give this to?
Yes, but we're friends. I have you to thank for being able to give those.
You have me to thank for giving these to me.
No, for having someone better to give these to.
Kimai Kiko, he has another bouquet.
And I have the chrysanthemums. I've given you the spare one I bought for Decoria, so he could give them to Miss Novery, but he got his own thing.
Why, thank you, I suppose.
You're welcome.
A bouquet of, what was it, lavender?
Yeah. So it smells nice.
Okay.
That was interesting.
smell
That was an
bouquet?
interesting interaction.
Thank you.
It's like, hey,
It's
hey,
just as
flowers.
awkward as I hoped it would be.
Right here. Well, you're at the shop.
Knock, knock, knock.
I would like to, knock and enter.
Alright, who's knocking?
Answer is yes. Both of them did.
Alright, so Decoria and Landon both reach forward. Silence.
It is a shop. Let's just go in.
I would pry the door handle.
Alright. The handle jiggles, but it's locked.
I have a cunning plan.
Do we hear like the sound of anyone like out in the forge or something?
Forge?
Like roll perception. Like, wait, no. Is this the different shop?
This
different
is
shop.
this
Okay.
is Novary's magic shop.
Oh, my brain is completely just somewhere else right now.
Come back to us, Spears.
I believe
My brain went to Mars.
Kiko might have a solution to this. Just gonna.
That's a concerning phrase. I have a solution that doesn't involve any sort of crime.
Never said anything about crime.
Are you gonna cast sending?
Yeah, that's the general plan I have.
Kiko has a set of thieves' tools. Just gonna look around. Just cover me.
What's the difference
I would
between
prefer
a
not.
lot?
Too late. Kiko's already starting.
Oh God, no.
What do I need to roll?
Well, what are you trying to do exactly?
Unlock the door with my set of thieves' tools.
Alright, that would
Pretty
be
much just pick
that would
the
be
lock.
that'd be
In
sleight of
bright
hand.
daylight, on what I assume is probably a relatively. There's probably some people around, aren't there?
Quite a few.
Oh, well, there's a lot of people around me, so they can't see.
And Belastarius, if you wanted to stand between him and the visibility of the open street, technically it would obscure him and give him an advantage on this.
Well, I am not in the mood of pissing off the Drider if she is in there. So, good luck.
Well, she's supposed to be here.
So your success rate, no.
Korea, do you have any objections to Kiko visibly
So
trying
many
to break in?
I have already expressed them, yet Kiko chose to do what Kiko wanted to do.
Hey, this is one of those moments where it's
Alright, Kiko,
Kind of-
roll sleight of hand, but before you do, roll stealth.
real stealth. Sure. 23 on stealth.
Alright, now roll me sleight of hand.
Where'd she go?
Where did 19?
Alright.
Actually, 21 because Thieves' Tools have +2.
Alright. So
Wait, no. +3. 22.
Alright.
Watch, this is going to be a moment of walking in on her naked.
Alright, so you jiggle the lock, and you hear it click, and the door is now open. Or the door goes forward a little bit.
Kiko's gonna like slightly open it a little bit and just like in Lantern's voice, "Hello, Miss Novari."
Pray, are you here to intrude? You look down, you see a small rat. Midas.
Oh, so like he's sticking his head out of the door, I'm guessing.
No, he's looking up at you as you moved in the door.
Oh no, Kiko didn't move into the door.
Oh,
Kiko
okay.
was opening the door and like hollering into the room.
He's looking right at you.
Did I hear that response?
Yes.
Midas! It is we.
Ah, Master Decoria. Welcome, good sir. And you see him do a salute. Though this is not an appropriate time.
Cool. You should put a sign out front that says you're closed.
Well, we're about to open in about an hour. I suppose this is a good time for friends of the lady to visit, though. Wait. I feel like I'm not remembering something.
Is there already a sign out here that says it's closed? Uh-oh.
Midas kind of scratches one of the back of his ears as he looks kind of confused, putting one of his other paws on his hip. Like, what am I forgetting?
Lantern just stares at this talking rat.
Ah, well, I suppose
Slowly blinks.
whatever it is, I suppose it's not important. I'll unlock the main door, and there's another because what you just opened was kind of like it opens up and there's like a little hallway, and then there's another door that actually leads to like the main shop. And you see him jump up, and you see the poof of black smoke, and you see him reappear, poof, hanging on the door, and you see him as he's hanging on the door with one arm. You see him reach out his one of his other paws, and you see it like morph and shapeshift until it turn. You see it like the flesh twirl around, and then it reshapes into a metal key. He puts it in the lock, turns the arm, pulls out, and you see it recontort back into a fleshy little rat paw.
Jesus.
In this way, and you see him like shift his body back and forth to
Midas,
twist the door
before
open.
we continue,
Aye.
there are no traps again, are there?
He looks around. I don't believe so.
Well, I just wanted to be sure with our last interaction coming into your store unannounced. I just wanted to be sure.
If you recall, young master, I was the trap.
That is true. That is true.
Well, come hither. And he lets go of the door handle, falls, and before he hits the ground, he poof back into black smoke.
What
The-
an interesting fellow.
I was going to ask if Midas was here instead of just picking the lock, but you didn't give me an opportunity. Maybe next time, let me try it my way first, please.
Well, no one entered the door.
You must learn patience, young one.
Patience is for people who can't get things
And I just
done.
walk right by and just keep walking in.
Oh boy.
The master shinobi. Alright, so you must learn, young grasshopper. Alright, so I'm assuming everyone's following Decoria in?
Lantern would actually like to try and follow Midas.
Oh, Midas, you can't see him.
He's going to call out, sir? Midas, I believe your name was, sir.
Alright, poof of black smoke on your shoulder, and he's back.
Ah!
How can I help you, little kobold?
In about 2 seconds, he stops screaming. Is that teleportation?
He puts one paw on his hip, And another scratching the back of one of his ears. I don't know.
My apologies. I am Landrin, Professor Landrin. A pleasure. He's going to hold out a little talon to shake.
His little tiny rat paw, which isn't as big as your claw, grabs it. Pleasure.
Likewise. How long have you been? Are you Snovery's friend, servant, employee?
I am the guardian of the Lady Novery and her mighty tribe of riders. I led them to the surface over 600 years ago.
What a fascinating tale. My goodness. We can probably just say, for the sake of brevity, that Landrin is now discussing
Sorry,
magical
300 years
things.
ago.
Right.
Wrong number. 600 years ago, something else happened. 300 years ago.
Wow. So, yeah, we can just assume, for the sake of brevity, while Decoria goes and walks in on her in the shower or something, Landrin's just in the main shop area chatting up Midas about magic and whatnot. Hello?
Alright, so when you say you're chatting with him about... What are you chatting with him about?
Specifically, he's trying to get a sense of what Midas is. Is he a natural? Is he just a normal ass rat? Is he some sort of fake creature? What the fuck's going on there?
His answer, every time you ask him what he is, I am a guardian. I am a guardian. I am a guardian. He doesn't understand the question beyond that.
Rat.
He's gonna
Rat.
He's gonna jump up and poof back into black smoke, re-teleporting back into the shop.
Oh, Landon shrugs and slowly will try and figure out where everyone else went.
Into the shop. Alright. Decoria and the rest of the group that went in. Hello?
Alright, yep, I'm gonna be following right behind Decoria. Let him take the lead, as he's the best one to not piss off the spider.
Alright. Kiko?
Yeah.
Alright, Decoria. What's your move?
So when we walk through the second door, what is it we see?
Alright, did you go through it?
Yes.
Alright, you go into it, and it basically identical to the shop in Ursine. This massive circular shop, a bunch of bookcases everywhere, all holding not books. Well, some have books, but again, lots of magical items all over the place. You also see a massive tree in the center of the shop. But there are no candles lit, and it's very dim and dark.
So just for the sake of brevity, for like the 100th time, I have Devil Sight, so I can see up to 120 feet
Right?
in total darkness. So I would just like
when
to,
I said it was dim, I wasn't saying like you couldn't see anything. Like it's just dim. Like anyway, it's not even dark sight is necessary. It's not like pitch black in there or anything. Like you can see everything in the shop. Whether you have your sight or not.
I'm just gonna take a look around real quick and then ring the bell that's always on the front desk if I don't see anything.
Right. Want to roll my perception? Just general perception.
That's a 3?
It's the shop.
Yep. What terrible timing.
Well,
At least it's not a natural one.
I will assist and also roll. See, 14. What do I get for perception? Plus 3. 17.
Alright, you look about the shop and you notice that there is off in like the corner, there's a little bit of a dim light underneath a back door.
Well, I say, like, there's a light back there. It looks like there might be someone home.
Ah, good, good. Could you do me a favor? Could you watch over Kiko for a minute?
Hey.
And I'm just going to walk away and knock on the door and be like, Miss Novary.
We're already inside the building. I've done my
But
part.
there's another door that's in the back. So, like...
We're already inside the building. That's as far as I was taking us.
Alright. So you proceed to the back of the shop around the tree and you see the back door. And you knock. And you hear inside a light moan. Not like pained moan, but like...
I do not know how to approach this situation, but I am going to go out on a limb here, and I will open the door and peek my head around it without fully entering into the room.
Alright, so you peek your head into the room. It's probably a 20 by 20 room. And the first thing you notice is a large hammock in the middle of the room, made out of entirely of webs. And Miss Novary is kind of like half asleep, entirely naked, kind of half asleep laying in the hammock. And you can actually, in the brief glimpse that you look in, you can actually kind of see her old injuries, now exposed in the dim light, are actually closing as she's sleeping. So she's regenerating incredibly fast. But a lot of her old injuries are now starting to recuperate. But yeah, she seems in terms of her eyes are kind of, all four of her eyes are kind of slightly open, but they look glazed, like she's definitely more asleep than awake.
I would like to quietly close the door.
And before you do, a exoskeleton, one of her front mandibles are the wrong word. Mandible's the thing that they have on their face. One of her front legs slams like between the door and it being latched, and forces it open. And as soon as it's fully open, you see her fully naked though, like right in front of your face at the door.
I am going to take off my cloak, and I am going to attempt to close the door, enter the room, and close the door behind me.
All right. As you're closing the door, you feel two arms grab you, and you get yanked onto the hammock.
Hey.
You have a rose in your inventory.
Yep, that's right, I do.
You hear a poof in the room. Like, yes, master. I forgot to mention, the lady is starting to get to her mating season. Oh, I see. I need not explain. Do survive.
So I hope Midas has not disappeared, but I would like to ask Midas to usher the other ones out and to come back at a later time, just for
you hear you hear an ethereal voice. It doesn't sound like the voice of Midas you're used to, but it responds as you call it to Midas. Understood. All right, in the shop. Let's see who's in the shop. Well, I guess Landron's in there by now. All right, so to you three, you are all near the front desk. You see a rat, poof, on the front desk. I have been requested to escort you all out.
Very well then.
And then me knowing the suspecting and knowing the the Drider mating methods, I'm like, yeah, for our own safety, we better be not in the building.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. I haven't gotten any information on this. Oh, we were supposed to talk about this.
Well, I told you that it's like I vaguely warned you. It's like, yeah, you best boost that constitution there.
Mm-hmm. And as my
So, like,
policy is, I don't describe the intimacy in too much depth, but I will ask Decoria to roll me Constitution. Tempted to say with disadvantage.
Due to
Okay, so
vagueness.
Okay.
Vagueness of my warning.
If not, it would have been a 22.
Alright, so as all of you are ushered out, all you can hear in the back room is what sounds like clothes being torn. And as far as I'll describe it to you, Decoria,
I
very
prefer the mysticism and the anonymity that comes with this.
I'll just say the word embrace doesn't quite accurately convey the level of intimacy with a Drider.
So have you ever heard of BDSM?
See, I knew somebody was going to go there. God damn it!
It's
So-
very intimate.
I really got to hit the bathroom. So is this like
Yeah, this is a perfect
the
place to
Hungwell
take it.
Hamburger halftime show?
This would be the halftime show.
Sweet.
Here's some tea.
Death by snoo.
Alrighty.
BRB then.
3, 2.
Oh, we did have people chat up. Ariel Averhime. I have no idea if I said that correctly. Hi. Burn, deforestation. Yes. Ah, Greg was here earlier.
Speaking of burns, hello
Like I said,
everyone.
it's part of the side quest to slay the Lorax. Gotta take down as many trees as we can.
Speaking of burns, hello everyone. Welcome to the Hungwell Hamburger Halftime Show. I'm your host, the Hungwell Hamburger. Well, we started off strong with one heck of a combat scenario. It was we were outnumbered there in the first half, but that didn't last very long.
Yeah, we've got two people with decently powerful AoE. Yours is a lot more powerful than mine, but still.
Indeed.
Landry is catching up with those damage numbers as of late.
I'll catch you up if it's the last thing I ever do.
Well, it is a wonder to think about what it's going to look like when he hits level 7 and he throws something out at 4th level. What do you think he's going to take for his first 4th level spell?
I don't know. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna be back.
This is the time to do it, good man.
My muscles hate me.
Go easy on yourself. Do not die.
I'm gonna leave the halftime show here for now because I'm actually really hungry.
Fair enough. I guess I'll run to the bathroom as well, since there's no active chatters on the YouTube front. Alright, we'll be back in a bit.
Pico has returned.
I had a funny feeling that was going to happen.
What?
I'm like, It's too quiet. Something's gonna happen here. I don't know what it is, but I know something bad's gonna happen.
They're gonna be really good or really, really bad.
Yeah, I was on the side of like the transportation failed and something was terribly wrong.
That's what.
Luckily, it wasn't.
Oh. You know what? Thankfully, nothing bad happened. Not yet, anyway.
Well, I don't know. We had that battle. I was all disappointed. I'm like, oh, I got new spells. I got new things that make me more powerful. I'm gonna get in there. I get one round, and then Landrin's just like fireball, fireball. Everything's dead. I was like, okay, cool. All right. Okay, cool.
I'm back.
Certain, I'm certain you'll get another time to shine.
Oh, I know I will. But the fact that Landrin just came in and cleaned house, I'm like, this is fucking great too. I'm like, that was actually worth it.
Boom. Ugh.
Dude, that second fireball with almost 40 points of damage was just monstrous. I'm like, holy shit! That's what fireball's supposed to be.
Yeah, buddy, it is.
Image of just Megumin with like, explosion.
Yup.
Gotta write down some like really fun chants for the. If you're gonna be that epic, you need to like do a legit full like spell chant. So Landrin, if he's here, need to write those down.
Oh, I used a spell slot. I gotta document that. And I use one pack slot. And I don't. Shit. This doesn't count as a short rest now either.
I don't know. It could be a long rest for how long it'll take.
Well, I don't know about that.
Oh, wow. That's what you need to work on your cons
listen,
for.
listen. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. That's not what I intended when I said that.
Just a little. Just next time you get an ASI, put it in con.
I got a pretty
All
strong
I'm
con
saying.
as is.
What's going on?
We're talking about how long it's going to take Victoria.
Yeah, because I was like, oh shit, this isn't going to count as a short rest anymore.
That tried to be nice. I tried to be nice and say it might count as a long rest, depending on how long they take. But
No, but we have the lore has already been clearly established that this is a strenuous activity.
Indeed.
So short or long rest does not qualify.
Extreme, basically like bondage, dominance stuff.
Yeah, just don't hit me with a level of exhaustion. That's all I ask.
And you passed your constitution save, so I think that covers both direct physical injury and exhaustion.
So, you missed it, but we were talking about the battle. And I was like, I have all these new things. I'm like, it's going to be great. And then Landrin just hits 2 massive fireballs. And I'm like, oh, okay, that works too. I'm proud of you, Landrin.
Incinerated everything.
Yeah, though I think we kind of screwed up like how the Thunder Wave worked the first time around, and I forgot to add an extra D8 to it because that was a second level one. Oh well.
I gotta really throw a pretty devastating shit at you guys soon. I think I've been going easy.
Well, I think it's more of the case of you've been clustering them so they get mauled by AoE spells. So, I don't know, what were the stats on the knights? Because I assume they were the big bad, like the hard ones in this last fight.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I also like to point out that I absolutely unloaded my best energies into the immediate vicinity of that fight. And
That is the number one thing we have been talking about. It's just like Landry came in and dropped 2 fucking nukes. It's just like, damn, there goes 3/4 of the hard stuff. Thank you, sir.
Like I said, like what you should do is you should write down a bunch of like elaborate like spell chants. If you're gonna be that epic, you need to actually deliver a full-on spell just for cinematic effect.
Pardon me.
All right.
Like just watching Konosuba and like watch like the things like Megumin says when she does an explosion spell. Just do that.
she casts explosion, not fire.
But yes, but it's like saying just like the chant that she does before explosion.
And I'm getting my popcorn.
I don't know. Like, I don't think the Konosuba explosion was enough. I was thinking like Borderlands, Mr. Torg, explosion. Like, I think that's the level we were going with.
The detonation to rule them all.
Oh, will this work now? I'm just gonna do something real quick. If I do this, that happens, and then sweet. So, you know, I use that Beyond 20 app. So I had some things that were toggled on that were giving me the first round of combat, giving me weird numbers, but I figured out what that was.
All right. Is Kiko back?
Yes, I've been back.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear you.
I heard you leave to go to the bathroom whenever I got back.
Ah, so you got back as I hopped off.
Yes.
Alright, so... Who's not back then? Or is everybody back?
There's me, Belisarius, Decora, like Bell.
Landon said something about popcorn. Did he get it?
Nordred. Hey, you little kobold. Kobold bastard.
Here, boy.
Thanks for the flowers.
He's probably
no.
doing his thing.
That's
It's really quiet.
That it is.
Yeah,
Are we back?
Yeah, everybody's been back.
Yep, we're all back.
Alrighty, goody goody.
we have returned.
Alright, we are back. Right.
Landry would like to look for the caravan while other things happen.
It was right by the southern gate. You guys walked past it.
Oh. Well, he would like to excuse himself if no one else needs him.
Well, you guys were all shuffled out of the shop, so say you all got like a free hour or two.
Landrin, excuse me a moment, Kiko, Belisarius. I'm heading back to the caravan for a moment. Waddle waddle.
Alright. Anybody else going anywhere else during the time in which Decoria is receiving an affectionate welcome?
There's a whole city to explore.
for the next
I'm,
hour.
I'm interested in seeing the landmarks and places to rob.
Unless Decoria wants to try and roll to break free.
That was not the intent.
Alright.
I would just like to have a follow-up conversation afterwards before they return.
Okay. So.
Yep.
Alright, so.
Let's see. I think. Well, I saw a lantern walk off, so I'll wait to go to the Smith place. I guess after we all get back together. So I'll just wait outside the front door, just like standing in front of the front door.
Hiko's got to go find someone. Actually, now that I think about it.
Alright.
Wait, wouldn't you like, Belisarius? Wouldn't you go see the blacksmith and like?
That's what I
inquire
said.
about
Like Landron went off to
Oh.
the caravan, so I was gonna like wait to do it with him at the same time.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I said like wait until he gets back, or we're all back in a group before we go. And
you could go to
outfit.
the caravan with him, and the two of you can then from there go to
True.
the blacksmith.
I'll just do that then. That makes sense.
Oh,
Well, we could always do the blacksmith first.
And you are gonna pass it first.
That would make sense. So even more sense. You're making all kinds of sense.
I do that.
Yeah.
I do that sometimes, not often, but sometimes. I try my best. It's a talent, really. All right. We'll do that.
The trick
first.
comes in making sense.
All right, we'll do that first, and then
As
we'll do
in money.
Kiko's adventure, and then we'll. All right. So you and all right. So Landrin, you and Belisarius make your way through town, drawing a couple like glances here and there. People like a kobold is just walking by, and is that a warforged? Oh, okay, I'm drunk. You know that kind of like, the hell.
that mood.
Indeed. So you guys make your way through back through the merchant district, and you see you start to go by the forge, and you see Grogu out front just hammering away at some hot steel.
Alright, so we walk up. Greetings. We are what was the name of the smith from Ursine?
Ivan.
Ivan. Yep. It's like we are clients of Ivan in Ursine Village, and we were coming to see if our designs and prototypes had made it out this way that we'd done with him.
The old bearded tiefling looks at you, and by this guy's buff, like his muscles are like the size of your head. And he stands at full height. He's the same height as you, Belisarius. And with a deep, booming voice, he says, "Ah, so you're the metal man." And he
So word has gotten ahead of me.
Aye. I was told you were given an interesting contraption to invent for Ivan. He's kept me appraised. Asked for my advice here and there.
Are there any workable prototypes that you've had, or have you had any insights on the design?
Oh, have I? Actually, it's better you came to me, to be honest. As capable as Ivan is, I think I've beaten him in terms of getting a prototype of that. What did you call it? It's the ranged weapon with the powder.
We're still workshopping the name. I'm personally in favor of either Ballistus or Fire Lance.
Well, I got some good news. Come on in the shop.
All right, we follow him in.
So he kind of like ducks down to get through the door because he's like you, same height. So you both kind of the door's height is like 6'2", so both got to duck through. And he leads you to the back room, and out front you can see a much younger tiefling boy. You presume since same hue as Gogu. You also see that they kind of have the same eye color as well. So safe to presume son. You make it out to the back room, which is a pretty decent kind of stone brick shop with a even larger forge and tools. It's probably a 30 by 30 room. And he leads you to a back table where the table has a large cloth tarp over it. I present to you, my good clients, a Boom Stick. I'm working the name. And before you is a small, awkwardly looking cannon thing with a handle grafted onto it. A nice wooden smooth handle with a curve to it, but there appears to be no trigger. There's no firing mechanism like for your index finger. There is, however, what looks like a toggle on the back. Something like you would drag it back and let go of it, kind of like a spring. And, well, I'll let Ivan explain it to you. Alright, so how it works is you hold it by the handle, and with one hand, you hold it, the other, you pull back on this device, and once you have a steel ball in there, he holds an example one, which is about, it's a pretty decently sized ball. Once you're going to put the gunpowder in there first, you're going to drop down in there the projectile, and he pulls it back on the, you can hear the, and he lets go, and the little metal, small metal spout, in terms of thinness, is basically like a straw, like a metal straw. Let's go. You hear a click on the inside, and he was aiming towards the back wall, towards a training dummy, and you hear a pfft, and smoke. It kind of like smoke of it. You smell that gunpowdery smell after like a projectile's been fired, and you see a large hole through the chest of the training dummy. Damn thing's loud as hell, but it's effective.
And what's the effective range that we've gotten on this thus far, or do we need to test that to find out?
The most I've tested is up to 40 feet accuracy. And even then, it starts to bloom away. The further you are from something, the lower the accuracy. But it's accurate pinpoint up to 30 feet. 40 feet's where it starts to degrade. And if you're shooting something 90 feet away, good luck. I'm working on trying to, increase its range. The only way I could think to do that is create a longer barrel. But that'll also mean less holes for the smoke and energy to escape along with the projectile. I'm working it, but this is the current existing prototype.
Let's see, and that's the only prototype you've made, or are there a few that we could test in the field?
I got another one, although I'd say it's not ready yet.
Well, if you're willing, we can take the one that is ready and give it an actual in-combat test.
Yeah, that would do me a lot of good. If you can write down exactly how it performs, I'll know how to improve it.
Very well. I will heft the weapon and give it a good once-over.
Alright, so in terms of statistics, it's a standard roll to hit, kind of like any ranged weapon or melee weapon. But in terms of damage, it does 2d10.
Oh, damn.
It does 2d10 damage. It is only accurate up to 30 feet. If you
Does
want
it
to
have advantage over armor, like at least depending on what the armor's made of, or
if you're up against leather, you don't ignore AC, but the AC is less effective. You get like a bonus. You get like a bonus +2 to hit. On top of
against like plate, you'd have to place. You have to get to place the shot very well.
Yeah.
So it would just it'd depend on like how good you roll to hit.
Yeah. Like the better you roll to hit, the more room you have to basically. It's hard to listen. Firearms in D&D is very experimental. I had to look into like recommendations on how to fit this in a campaign. So hopefully, what I've rationaled here works. But yeah, it's 2d10. It's 2d10 piercing, and it's accurate up to 30 feet. If you want to shoot further away, I'll let you try, but I'm gonna basically have you roll disadvantage. And if you get a low roll, I'm gonna have to say 5 or lower. You risk, since it's a prototype, it exploding.
That did tend to happen with it's like early metallurgy that's not like as well tested to deal with that kind of stress.
Yeah. So, just make sure to write down in your notes 2d10 piercing. And if you roll a 5 or lower, you damage the prototype and it becomes unusable.
Alright, inventory notes. Oh, that's right, hand cannon.
It's pretty much a hand cannon. It's one-handed.
Yeah, that's so it's designed for a one-handed use. So, or is it? It's held like a crossbow.
It's kind of like a crossbow in the sense that you do need to use 2 hands. But
all right, so
you use
it's
one hand to actually hold it. You need the other hand to pull back essentially the spring firing pin.
So you said range 40 feet, and then beyond that is disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was 2d10.
Yep, 2d10. And make sure to note, if you roll a 5 or lower, I have it written down, so I guess I'll keep track of that as well. But 5 or lower, it becomes unusable. Obviously, that's on the to hit roll. You still have
And then a 1 would be like a critical fail, like it literally blows up.
And would cause you damage. Like 4 to 5, I won't have you take any damage. It'll just, it'll damage it beyond use. But if you roll a 1, a critical fail, you will take damage. It's kind of like a grenade blowing up in your hand.
All right. I think I wrote down everything there on the stats and just in my little inventory notes. And then it's like, all right, I turned to him. It's like, we'll give this a good test. And then I did have some ideas about integrating it into my own self, but I think we'll need to wait a long time before it's fully ready to get a smaller version.
Are you saying
Must
that?
say,
Oh no, I'm saying that to the Smith.
Right.
Like I was like saying like there's I was saying that I had ideas about integrate because I have like the integrated arm sword that was built into me, like somehow like having my hand fold back and just a gun pop out. So I'm asking like him about like the possibility of miniature, like even smaller version. Like it doesn't have to be long range, like very short range weapon.
Well, short of being able to take apart your arm and knowing exactly how that works, I can't say confidently, just theorizing. But if you'd consent to letting me, well, for lack of a better way to put it, pry you open.
I can easily do that, and you can look. Well, all I'm really asking for is the possibility of miniaturization. Integration is something that I could probably do. But if you wanted to see sizing, I walk over to the table and pull out my tinkering tools, and with a rather odd, just cold detachment, just open up my arm. So you see all the workings inside.
You see him pull out like a little spectacle he puts over one eye, and he's kind of looking you over. It's definitely possible. You have room in your mechanisms here. I could definitely, with some experimentation and trial and error, put a smaller version of this in there. It won't do as much damage, and to try and avoid any kind of backlash into your arm, we'd also have to use less powder. So long,
And
less
like I
range.
said, it'd be close range, and it would be less damage. It's just sort of a last resort weapon that I can pull out.
Safe to say a Hail Mary.
Yes. To use the colloquial phrase.
It's definitely possible, but I don't have anything ready to set that up right now.
Very well, and then I will be back. I will be back with you on perhaps a few detailed schematics, but I'll leave it to you and Ivan or anyone else within your conglomerate of smiths to figure out like the process of miniaturization to make it as effective as possible.
Landrin is going to hold a little claw up. Oh, wait, I can just start talking. I'm quite impressed with this device. It's potent. I've been trying to coin the term firearm. Arms, but, making use of fire. Make sense?
It would make sense for the smaller one.
Sorry, can you say that again? I had to respond to a text real quick. My apologies.
Oh, so good. Landrin was basically just expressing his confidence in the new device he had put together, this boomstick. He quite likes it. Do you have any thoughts on the viability of production for these? Have you got any interest from customers as of late?
Well, I haven't unveiled it yet. And after all, this is a prototype. I don't want to unveil anything to the customer base that, well, it might end up being a dead end next week. But I have posed the idea a couple times, just feeling out, see if any local sellswords and the such would like to learn to use such a weapon. From the ones who are fond of the axe and the sword, not so much. But from rangers and archers of sorts, even crossbowmen, the idea of using a powerful weapon like this, with the penetrating ability to make armor a thing of the past, well, I could definitely say there's an interest there. Certainly a market will open up if I can make this a regular produced item. Ivan agrees.
Just from my personal take on the design, it would be excellent for sieges, like just defending a strong point. Like from what I can tell, they're slow to reload and a little bit cumbersome, but used in large numbers, perhaps defending a fort, it would be an excellent choice.
Especially if you scaled it up. If you made something massive, basically taking this small boomstick and making it a big one, I could see it bringing down a wall. Oh, that's a crazy design for right now. You'd need, first of all, a ton of black powder, half a barrel's worth. And once you have it in such a large projectile, you'd need a ball of steel. But if you could invent such a thing, you'd bring down entire walls that took hundreds of years to build up. It's kind of frightening when you think about it. But it's definitely usable. And not a thing of mythology and dreams anymore. I'd say you've started something special here, big man. He's gesturing towards you.
I can't help but agree with that notion.
Like you can almost see, like, I don't normally show a lot of emotion, but you can like see an intense glow in the eyes. It's almost a little bit more just like the excitement at the sheer prospect of this thing being used, and just like the process of designing and creating things, especially things that go boom and things that will kill hostile meatbags.
Alright. Well, and he hands you the prototype. Now, I don't have too many of the steel balls forged quite yet, but I have a sack of 20 of them. Will that do for now?
That should do, indeed, and I should have spare items, and I assume we could makeshift rounds to put in a pinch.
Fair enough. Also, here's a small barrel of the black powder I've been using to test it out. Should do the trick.
Any steel rounds. Alright, so I take the items, and I've added those into the inventory. Then about how much does the actual gun weigh? Probably about like, what, 5 pounds?
I'll say, yeah, 5.
So probably about the same as the heavy crossbow.
Yeah. Say, metal man. I saw you walking through town earlier. Mind if I ask, that tiefling you were with, is his name Decoria by chance?
It is indeed.
What you think of him?
He's quite capable in combat, and he is certainly in terms of interactions with other meatbags. He is quite skilled in terms of like diplomacy, a skill to which I fully admit escapes me quite often. I find lengthy discourse with meatbags quite difficult and distasteful often.
Would you say he's a good man? He's grown up well?
I'm not one to judge a moral character of particular meatbags, but based on the reactions and dealings with others, I'd say it's a fair assumption. My friend Landrin here would probably be a better judge of that than I.
He is a more moral man than I can consider even myself.
I suppose. Yeah, I was just curious. Wasn't sure if the years had been unkind to him or not. His father was... He was a respected man around here. Gave us tieflings a lot of pride. Lord Farian himself valued his advice. The king asked his opinion on a regular. He gave us a voice, an identity. When he passed, I was still in the guard myself. Still regret not going with that day when he was ordered out to fight the raiders. The whole town didn't even... No one worried. We should have sent a much larger force. Forgive me, I'm just reminiscing, I suppose, right now. If you see him again, tell him he's welcome at Gogu's shop anytime. And, of course, our honored clients in front of me right now are always welcome as well. I'll get to work on that next prototype as soon as possible, and I'll draw up some stuff, see if I can get something built for that arm of yours.
Excellent. We shall be in touch.
Aye. And he reaches his hand out to shake yours.
I extend mine, just reciprocating, and grab a hold, probably a little too firmly.
He shakes it. Alright. Well, let's escort out, eh? And he escorts you guys outside. Alright, anything?
I'm gentleman.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, what a kind gentleman.
Basically, as we step out, we're gonna just be discussing as we walk out and head towards the caravan, just discussing workshopping the actual name of the thing, the gun.
All right. With Gogu or with Landrin?
With the Landrin, because I'm assuming that we stepped out with Landrin.
Yep.
And left towards the caravan.
All right. Go ahead. Roleplay.
All right. So, my friend. So you said firearm. I quite like that name, though Fire Lance is still one that I prefer for the big one.
Indeed. Do you think perhaps you could put, say, a spear tip or some sort of blade at the end, and it would make it an actual lance? Like, it would be useful for keeping it viable in close quarters combat. Should an enemy get too close to reload?
That is perfectly viable, though. From what I understand, the force of the blast could possibly dislodge it. Perhaps embedding a spike into the base and using it as a sort of bec de Corban type of weapon might be simpler solution, though the blade does offer that is a very good idea if it can be done well enough and affixed firmly enough.
Well, it's something to think about. Do you think this could be? How do I put this? Our dear friend Gorgu wishes to upgun this or upgrade its firepower, but what if we, for how would I put this? For viability of production, what if we made it smaller, about the same length, but quite a bit smaller? The amount of materials required to produce them would be greatly lessened, and they would be more accessible for like yourself. You're quite the big, strong middle construct, but say a standard person could be handed a smaller version of this, and would be all of a sudden a great deal more dangerous. It's just a thought.
The issue would be the proper metallurgy for the tube, as well as accuracy, because as he said, the shorter barrel, shorter size makes it much less accurate. It'll probably take time for it to catch on as a weapon of personal defense.
A fair point.
Alright. So, you guys are ready to head to the caravan?
That's correct.
Yep.
So you guys travel through the back through, finish your way through the market district. You know, people try and ask you, hey, do you want to buy this? And you just kind of fend them off. And you guys make it around to the residential area, and you see kind of across the way, you see a large inn with the, how do I put this? So there's a large sign, wooden sign on top of the building. And you see the words "Drowning Wench," and you see an interestingly designed art piece of a woman, well endowed, with kind of whipping her arm back as she's kind of in like a prone position, with her mouth open, and ale or grog coming from a mug. My brain.
One or the other.
From a mug that's all painted, and she's lying on the words "Drowning Wench." It's a very interesting painting, and you see a lot of people coming in and out. Some drunks. How when you first walk up, you can see through the window. Lots of people kind of singing and trying. It's a pretty cheery place. Kind of stands out a lot on the street because the rest of the street's fairly calm. People walking around, and then you just see this rambunctious mess. And you also see the caravan is parked near it, with plenty of the merchants you can recognize are inside the shop. Inside the pub. Inside the Drowning Wench.
Huzzah! Well, shall we, Belisarius?
Very well.
You know, I treasure these times we get to spend together as inventors.
Indeed, for it was one of the few true joys and actual. I hesitate to use the word you use, feeling, because I don't really feel the same way, but it brings me immense satisfaction, this process, more so than anything else.
Likewise. Do we see any particularly familiar faces from the caravan? Or is Lord Ferion drinking?
Assume he'd be at a much more upscale type place.
Alright, have you guys actually entered the shop yet, or? I keep saying shop.
Yeah, we were just we're stepping into the tavern
Alright,
as we were talking.
A kobold and a warforged walk into a tavern together.
beginning of a joke. We're the source of a joke.
Right. So, I'd say it's rustling and bustling. It's quite loud. So, roll me perception, but you just really, honestly, you don't need to get a high number.
Well, I got an 18, so
Alright.
almost landed on a.
Alright, so you guys look around, you guys look about the shop, and you see in the corner Lord Farian drinking. You see quite a few empty glasses around him, a couple of wine bottles. He's clearly been drinking quite a bit, and he's conversing with somebody, a cloaked individual with their hood over. And he doesn't look inebriated, he actually looks pretty on point, but you can tell he's been drinking nonetheless. And you also look around, you do see Nova and a lot of the merchants also in the kind of opposite corner of Lord Farian. Currently, they're currently just chilling, talking. Nova's not drinking; she's sitting next to Argo, and the other merchants are all drinking, kind of cheering that they finally made it to their destination. Lots of talking amongst themselves. Most of them look serious, but they're also. It's kind of a mixture of seriousness and also trying to relax, given everything that's occurred since they've entered the country. So, yeah, we got those two corners.
That fool, the Khan, he, in his attempts to disrupt Nordred, he's accidentally given them this boon to their economy. Haha. You bitch. Anyway, Belisarius, would you like to talk to Lord Farian or visit with our compatriots for a little?
It seems that Lord Farian is engaging in rather important talk. Whether or not it would be prudent to interrupt or to try and overhear is up to you. I will allow you to lead. You are better at interacting with the soft, squishy flesh bags than I am.
Well, thank you. If he feels this conversation is private, we will simply respect his wishes, and he'll start walking over.
All right.
I will follow, so we will find out whether or not it's for us to hear.
All right. So you're gonna try and listen in on Farian's conversation.
We're going to at least say hi and
Okay.
see
We're going to
see his
be-
reaction.
We're going to
Okay.
be quite upfront about our presence.
All right. So you guys walk up to Lord Farian, and he takes notice of you as you guys approach, and he nods in your direction. Ah, I see some of my compatriots have arrived. I think you'll recognize a friend of yours here. And the individual, it is, as he turns to you, you see Angus Flint.
Oh, Mr. Flint. This is awkward.
How you doing, lad? Wish you
Things are going well. Thank you for asking. Turbulent times, but things have been improving.
Good. I was just asking the Lord here some integral questions. Aye, and I've been responding as respectfully as I can. I find it hard to
That must have been interesting.
I find it hard to believe, Lord Farian, even after all of our conversation, that you knew nothing of your son's deeds. I'm afraid he takes after me in the worst ways. I had no idea he was doing any of this. So that makes it good, does it? Does that make it alright that my daughter is currently in the clutches of a madman? But you conveniently can't watch your own children. No offense, Mr. Flint, but when it comes to the topic of watching one's children and protecting them, I would say at least I've succeeded in my task. There is a death glare between the two of them right now. Whatever the case, your son dies. Do you hear? And if my daughter is dead, I will seek far more blood than his. Now, answer the bloody question I sat at this table and asked you. How do I sneak into the keep? As I've told you, I will not reveal to any outsider the secrets of how to enter that keep. I do not trust you. And I'll put it that frank, Mr. Flint. At this response, Angus slams his hand on the table really hard and stands up abruptly. Part of the pub kind of goes quiet and is looking in your direction.
Here. Angus, may we talk to you for a moment?
Sure. It'll be more productive than talking to this snake.
He's gonna shuffle Angus over to a little bit of a private area. Belisarius, please keep Lord Farian company for a moment.
Very well. I sit down, straining the stool quite a bit as I sit across from Lord Farian.
Alright. So we'll start with Landry talking to Angus, and then we'll go back to Belisarius talking to Farian if he has any questions. Is that alright? Alright. Alright, so Landry, you pull Angus over to the opposite, not the opposite side of the pub, but like a little bit of ways, a couple tables away.
How to put this? The younger... Do you know how we met the elder Lord Farian recently? Did that come up?
I didn't particularly care, to be honest.
Oh, well, his son tried to have him killed.
Well, to be frank, I'm not sad to hear it. Whole family of bastards. What's your point?
There's nothing to be gained from directing your anger at someone who is just as much aggrieved against your enemies as you are.
Grieved. He raised the bastard. He may not be the one pulling the strings, it doesn't matter. He made the one who did. He crafted it in himself. You really think that the son just magically became a bad person?
No, I don't.
Yeah. So you ask me, that old man over there is just as guilty. Whether he intended to craft a shithole of a person or not, he holds responsibility. So, forgive me if I don't coddle him as I demand to save my family from his.
As long as everything's straight. You look a lot better than you look a lot better than when we last spoke. That's a positive, at least.
Trust me. I don't feel that much better. At least my ear, well, lack thereof, I suppose, stopped bleeding along the road. He kind of...
Are you able to... Oh,
he kind of shifts. He kind of shifts his hair back a little bit to the ear that he ripped off, and it is gone. It's pretty much just a hole. Yeah, it'll be worth it if I can save my girl.
You'll get her back. Nothing's going to stop that.
Aye, one way or another, she's coming back home. And
Should probably give Draco her description just to make absolutely sure nothing happens.
are you saying that to me, or you saying to him?
To him. I should probably give Draco. What does your daughter look like again? I was not actually. No, I know exactly what she looks like. Actually, sorry about that again.
Huh?
Landrin took a good long look at the locket. Remember, he knows exactly what she looks like.
Yep. Small, puffy cheeks, blonde, curly hair.
That's right. Can I buy you a drink, Angus?
Nah. Drink's just gonna dull my senses. As much as I would like to stick around and catch up with you and your lot, I'm making my way north to the Snake's Den, or Basilisk Den as I suppose the town's called. How fitting. Well, whether that bastard will tell me how to get in or not, I gotta make way tonight. Good luck to you and yours.
Quick question, Asmo. What was the name of the mine again?
Let me look at my notes.
That'd be Milker's Mine. It's in the notes.
Yep.
Milker's Mine, that's the one. Angus, if I might make a suggestion, while it is a fair guess to assume that she is in Basilisk Den, Milker's Mine is actually of greater import at the moment to the Snake's plans. It might be that what you're looking for is there. If you don't find her in your first search location, she just might be in the second.
He kind of nods to you as he walks away. You know, putting back on his hood, and he exits out of the pub.
Gotta look out for the lads.
Right. So, Bastards,
Alrighty.
your interaction with Lord Farian during that time.
Alright, so sitting down across from him, it's like, having heard the previous exchange, like, so I understand you won't trust the necessary information to sneak into Angus, and based on our interactions with him before, you would be probably right to do so. However, do you not trust our party and Decoria in particular with that information?
He kind of leans back a little bit, eyeballing you. He kind of looks to the side, deep in thought for a moment. If there's one person who's earned my respect on lineage alone, it would definitely be that Decoria friend. His father was such a big part of my life. One of the few I'd call friend.
That being said, would you not trust us with the secret to sneak in, whether or not we tell the exact secret to Angus here? He will also be assisting us likely, as he has just as much cause to stop the madness as you or I.
The difference between you and Angus there is he's blinded by bloodlust. He's as much desperate to save his daughter as he is to kill my son. Now, I already have admitted that I will more than likely have to bring down my son myself. But I won't let some bastard rogue do it for me. And as you just saw, he's not exactly part of your group. He just walked away. And I doubt he'll work with your group when the time comes. What's the term? Lone wolf? I believe he meets the term perfectly.
For right now, in realistic terms, it's also a case of your enemy's enemy is your friend. And he's invested in getting his daughter out. So up until that point, we can trust him to aid us and aid our cause. We'll just have to cross that bridge when we come to it with how to deal out justice to your son.
My son's crimes are unforgivable. even by my own standards. Unless there's proof that he was coerced, my son must be met with the blade. It's unfortunate, really. Not many know this, but my son is adopted.
Ouch.
He was an orphan. I was a young man. My wife and I were expecting a child at the time, a girl. But one day I was in the capital. I was just doing about things. I went to visit the tiefling part of town. At the time, there was more of a specific parts of town, I guess you could say, that were more tiefling and less. I wanted to meet with some of the community leads. Just wanted to talk about a local festival. While I was there, I stopped by the orphanage along the way. Wasn't just tieflings there, of course. There was plenty of children. I just went in on a whim. When I entered the orphanage, I was, in a way, happy to see that it was so vacant. There was only 3-4 children in total in the whole place. 3 of them were in their teens, on their way to see adulthood. The 4th was just a baby. I asked the priests there the story of the child. They told me the mother had died giving birth, and there was no father to speak of. Lady of the Night, if you must know. I stood there looking over the child for over an hour, thinking of about becoming a father myself, as old as I was. Wasn't exactly in my prime. Thinking of how much I wanted to protect my daughter, and how much this young child was denied such protections, denied such love, denied such opportunities. Some would call it pity. I would call it something deeper. I guess it doesn't need to be said, but I'll say it anyway. I adopted the young lad. I told him when he was about 8 years old he was adopted and he was not of noble blood. But I also told him that didn't matter. Feel free to call me a hypocrite with how I stand upon lycanthropes leading the nation. But to me it didn't matter. Not with him. He was my son. Didn't matter if we shared the same blood. Didn't matter if we shared the same steps. Didn't matter how he came into this world. He was mine. I told him as much. And he didn't seem to change. Over the years, he's gotten worse, I'll admit. Was he ever capable of this? No, I was blindsided by this. Perhaps I was more correct with my idea of the importance of blood than I gave myself credit. He kind of looks mournfully to the side. I suppose this is nothing that you'll ever have to worry about, Warforged. You can't have children, can you?
I cannot. The closest I could do would be to build another version of me, but I suppose it's not the same thing. Many of the nuances of many of these sentiments far escape me, as I do not have the context for what you would call feelings and such, though I'm not far off the mark.
Is it wrong for me to envy you?
If, for my opinion, no, absolutely not.
Fair enough.
In fact, you probably should.
So at this point, this is the moment that Angus stormed out. So, what was that about your companion being a part of your group? He takes a swig out of his mug.
ever said anything about being a part of our group, merely that we're aligned with common enemies.
Alright. Alright, so Landrin, do you rejoin this little group?
Yes.
Alright. Huh. Welcome back, young kobold. Any progress with your friend?
A little. How would you feel if the child you love, let me rephrase that, if the child that you knew had done no wrong was in the situation?
I would feel rather enraged. I would be emotionally compromised, for sure.
Gestures toward the door.
If it's any consolation, my son doesn't have the guts to kill anything. Not in front of him, so if she's near my son, in a twisted way, she's safe. The boy doesn't have it in him to take life. But I suppose there isn't much comfort. I didn't think he had it in him to do any of what he's done. I hope that at least in this regard I'm right. Nevertheless, in less than an hour I have to meet with the council and also go to the royal capital to speak with Rollo. I'll do my best to try and convey to him what's going on. See if we can handle this before it blows up into something worse. Well, Lord Farian stands up, grabs his mug, and takes a really deep swig. Good night, lads. Should you and yours wish to join us at the capital, I'll tell the guards to let you into the keep. And he nods as he walks out. Alrighty.
Yeah, is gonna go visit the merchants then, our dear friends.
Alrighty. So the two of you stand up and walk to the other corner, and it's at this point Nova and Argo both see you. Nova jumps up and runs over to you, Landrin, and picks you up. And you kind of feel, as she like rubs her face against yours, you kind of feel how warm it is. So you can probably tell she's a bit flush.
Landrin holds up the chrysanthemums.
She kind of yelps with excitement, and she hugs you tighter as she kind of smells them to one side, and she kind of puts one hand on your head, kind of stroking along your snout to your back of your head to where your horns are not.
Give me just a moment.
How long is a moment in this case? Do 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 da 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 da. So how's everybody doing?
Pretty good.
Doing good. I'm enjoying this.
Glad to hear it.
Mm-hmm. It feels nice getting to some combat after a while. I definitely enjoyed that.
writing that down.
I'm not saying go overboard on combat. I'm saying I enjoyed it.
Da,
Hold
da,
up.
da, da,
There's a
da, da,
difference.
da, 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 da. God is
Oh.
listening. God listens. God acts.
Listen. Oh no.
We're all
Alright,
gonna
let's go.
die now. Thanks a
Yeah.
lot.
Next session, nothing but combat. Town siege, we have to fight an entire army. That's what's gonna happen.
Great, we're fighting Cthulhu in armor.
Oh. Oh joy.
That could have been one of my patrons, the Great Old One.
Lol.
The great
I may have
squirrely
a meme for
motherfucker.
that.
The squiggly, squirrely motherfucker. The tentacle man.
Gonna fight 10 beholders.
Oh, that's it. I got a priest as a backup character, cleric as a backup character. I already got a maid ready to go.
Ready to go.
I do have a homebrewed half giant monk, but that's a lot of homebrew stuff, so I didn't use it. There we go. I found it. In off topic. There you go.
Well, I gotta go mouse shopping later.
What?
Oh no.
I gotta go mouse shopping later. This it's not working. It died. The new battery isn't doing anything.
Oh, your mouse. Oh, okay. I was like, mouse shopping?
He forgot to feed his pet, is what happened.
I was confused when you said mouse. I was like, you have a pet mouse and it died? Like, what happened?
I wish I had a pet mouse. That sounds really cool.
You just better, if you do, name it Matthias.
Matthias.
That's a good one. Anyway, what's happened since I had to run along
Nothing.
for those
You
brief
said,
few moments?
You said wait a moment,
yeah.
so I waited.
Thank you so much.
Alright. Alright, so Nova is currently excited because of the flowers and is stroking your head.
Not much to stroke, but it's appreciated. How have you been?
We've been pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, when we first entered the town, it was a bit chaotic. I was worried when you ran off to fight. I almost ran after you, but Argo stopped me.
I walk up and I'm like, tell her how you disintegrated 4 mercenaries in one shot.
7 in a single blow. 7. If anyone gets that, you have a childhood.
Her eyes are kind of like really wide, and she kind of like she kind of holds you up at arm's distance, looking at you like, really?
Does the dual finger crossbows.
Wait, what?
Well, to be
He means finger guns, but like because it's D&D, it's crossbows.
Okay.
it was now to be fair, it was approximately 3 shots. And Belisarius did it, or was it Decory? Who did the thunder wave?
That was me. I did it twice. But one was 2nd level, one was 1st level.
To be fair, I had a good deal of assistance. There was 3 shots, and only 2 of them were mine. But yes, it did kill 4 opponents in the final strike.
All right. And so Nova, holding you at arm's distance, looks kind of surprised, but she still seems really happy. You know, she kind of tilts her head to one side, and it is still kind of like doing that like lizard. Again, purr is kind of the wrong word, but that. And she's like, "Well, I'm just glad you're safe."
Safe and happy.
Now, don't worry too much. Argo kind of leans over while he's sitting down. I haven't let her drink too much. She did have a little bit, though.
Shouldn't let her be drinking at all. Ah!
Well, she's super early on, and as far as I understand it, alcohol doesn't affect
Not much better.
dragonkin too much.
If Nova is abstaining, I shall as well for the moment.
Yeah, the other merchants are kind of like taking glasses. They're all cheering, like, "Yay, we're here to Northolm." So, where's the rest of your group? Actually, now that you mention it, yes, where's Decoria?
Decoria is spending time at Miss Novary's shop. And
Spending
Kiko
time?
is exploring.
Huh.
Yeah, exploring.
Prime.
So, is there anything specific you wanted to discuss with Nova or Argo? Because if not, I'm just going to leave you guys there socializing with them, and we're going to move to what Kika's doing.
Well, yes, actually.
Okay.
Nova, have you seen the area your shop will be located in?
Actually, yes. It's right before the Mages District.
We might have passed it.
It's a small little vacancy shop, but it'll be nice.
Well, here's hoping the customer base isn't too snooty.
No, I don't think so. We've been spending time here in the residential district for the last hour. Just getting to know the locals, getting to know the environment. Well, it helps to know that kind of thing when you're a merchant. You need to know your customers if you're going to be able to sell things to them. I think the shop will do just fine. Weapons and armor are bound to sell, right at Miss Nova's wondrous blades and bows. Well, still workshopping the name.
Now I've got some dumb name in my head, like Supernova Arms. And
That sounds very cyberpunkish.
thank you.
It really does.
No, he's pitching that Supernova's Arms and Armor.
Are you actually pitching it, or is that just like...
Yes.
Okay.
He's pitching it to his drunk girlfriend.
She's not drunk, she's just flush.
God, I hope she's not drunk. God, I hope she's not drinking.
Drinking minimally. She's flush.
It doesn't help.
I do like the sound of that. It's nice and catchy. Oh, I did look at the shop carefully, and there is plenty of living space above it. Enough room for me, you, and however many we have. She kind of like rubs her abdomen.
We should go furniture shopping later.
I did see some nice wooden furniture out in the merchant district. It was fairly cheap.
That'll be an outing for later tomorrow.
Alrighty.
Anyway, so he's gonna hug Nova, and unless Belisarius has anything to say to her or Argo, I suppose that's the scene.
Nope, simply looking on. I've kind of like nestled myself in the corner, just kind of watching everyone.
Alrighty. Alright.
Yeah, because I know very well that the innkeepers can be mad because I don't eat the food or drink the beer, so it's like you're taking up space and not spending money.
Indeed.
So I try to avoid pissing them off by taking up less room.
Blend in with the merchants. Pretend you're engaging. Alright, Kiko, we're switching to your perspective.
Ah, yes. Speaking of the seedy parts of town that were mentioned earlier,
Do
Kiko's
crime.
I mean, I don't know. Kiko's got a couple of criminal contacts to find.
Alrighty. I'm not gonna
I
lie, I
believe
think I totally lost the names.
there's Miranda and
Better damn
the half
well give them like a like Italian mafia accent.
That would be amazing.
Like they better sound like Al Capone.
I can't do the accent.
One of them was in town, I believe, but I don't remember.
What were the names? Maybe click my memory.
There was Miranda, the tiefling, unassuming. And then there was the half-orc, Chrnos. He's a local
Kronos.
drunk.
Yes,
Some-
Kronos. Alright,
Kronos.
so Mira, what was the tiefling again? Just spelling.
Miranda. Maranda. I could have spelled it wrong, though, so take that as you will.
Okay, so Kronos is north of Northholm. He's a half orc. He's also the local drunk. And Miranda is an unassuming tiefling, and she is also in Northholm. So she can be found here in Northholm. Kronos cannot. He is north of Northholm.
Yep.
Okay,
Kronos will be closer to Basilisk's Den.
gotcha. Either way, I'm looking for a particular Miranda right now.
Alright. So that means you're heading to the residential district. Alright, so
Wait.
Alright, so you enter so you move around through the commercial district, and then it's starting to get a little darker. And you make your way to the residential district. Roll me perception.
Perception. Sure.
Alright. 17. That's not bad. Alright, so as you look about, you suddenly hear a psst, psst, psst.
Kiko's gonna look for where the sound is coming from.
Over by kind of like a corner, right between two buildings, so kind of a cut-in alley, you see a young tiefling girl peeling an apple. She's probably no older than 18, 19 at the oldest. She's got no notifying marks on her. She seems, I don't know, she's not particularly beautiful, not particularly unattractive. She's just pretty much the definition of the word unassuming. But she's kind of she darts her eyes at you, and then she kind of whips her head to the side, gesturing towards herself.
Kiko's going to approach and perhaps lean against a wall nearby and strike up a conversation.
Hi. So, new to town?
Mm-hmm. Just arrived today. Looking for a particular tiefling.
Are you? Oh, what kind?
Name's Miranda. Name Miranda ring any bells?
Oh, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't.
And in Thieves' Cant, how much is that information gonna cost me?
She responds back in Thieves' Cant, continuing to peel the apple. Oh, lucky for you, this one's covered. Your old friend from the Southern Isles sends his regards. No.
Ah, that person. The one that I totally know the name of. Yeah. It's always good working with him. Or her. I don't remember. It's been so long.
Yeah, you can come up with it on the spot now if you want.
We'll decide that later because that might be important. Maybe not. We'll see. That's definitely something to put more thought into than just, Hey, he's a random name. Maybe.
Maybe,
Either
maybe
way.
not. Within your line of work, a name is just a fresh coat. But sometimes it
totally.
gets muddy, and you're gonna have to toss it off and find a new one.
You're not incorrect. But Kiko has some questions to ask, specifically about the Khan and his involvement in the state of affairs right now.
You see out of the corner of your eye the moment you mention the Khan that the knife slides and she completely slices open her thumb. But you notice that there's no reaction to the pain, none at all. Like she doesn't wince, her facial expression doesn't even change. She moves her thumb to the side. Like you hear her bring it up to her mouth and like she sucks the blood from the thumb and continues peeling. What do you want to know about the Khan's activities in this area? She's saying all this in Thieves' Camp.
Yeah, I'll say, I assume I brought up the Khan in Thieves' Camp, which probably doesn't sound like saying, the Khan. I would hope, anyway.
In Thieves' Camp, he's talked about, he's referred to as the awkward squid.
Awkward squid. Ugh.
And Thieves' Cant is basically common, it's just coded language.
Yeah, I know. I just find that hilarious that the Khan gets called the awkward squid. Either way, I'm trying to find out his involvement with the snakes in their little den.
If you want to know if he's here or not, as far as I'm aware, no. As far as his agents, there's quite a few up in the Basilisk's den. All representatives of his interests here in Nordred as things unfold.
Names, identifiers, anything?
Unfortunately, only 2 have identified themselves. There's 4 in total. One of them, I think you've already dealt with. Angus Flint. Ring a bell?
Mr. Beef? Yep.
Aye. Well,
Surprised you heard about that so easily.
not a lot happens around Nordred that I don't hear about.
Then I'm guessing you also know about the attack
Aye.
on...
Yeah. Sloppy business, that. Or one hell of a distraction.
Perhaps, but got any idea what it could be a distraction for?
Well, they caught that noble lady. But what good does it do the noble prince snake to capture the lady? She's only one voice on the council. Let's say she's brainwashed, tricked, fooled into believing something, and then she goes and votes on the council. She's but one voice out of 7, 8 now on the total of the council. Doesn't have a lot of value now, does it? It's a lot more of a pain, really. Getting all that ruffle and tuffle of the law coming after you. Hell, he's downright been exposed. Funny business, that. All that for no gain.
No, I'd say 1/8 of the ruling body of this nation isn't a bad gain. But, what are you implying?
Come on. Don't tell me you're as bird-brained as you look.
Ha, good one. Haven't heard that before. The sarcasm dripping from Kiko's voice. But no. What about the other council members? Do you know about their locations right now?
Well, other than Lord Aura, who's currently in the city right now, Lord Farian just came in, though you accompanied him, so no surprise there. And Lord Rollo hasn't left the city, let alone the keep, since the king died.
I am curious. What is Lord Rollo's got any ideas what his plan is?
He
So
doesn't.
just sitting there doing nothing.
She kind of giggles. You think he has one? The man's in a depression right now. His family identified themselves entirely in their loyalty and ability to follow the king. Can you imagine what such a upbringing has morphed his brain into? Now imagine his entire world, his entire reason for living, up and dies one morning. You think that man has thoughts right now, let alone plans?
Sometimes people just handle things differently.
I don't claim to know what fancy lords and high houses think. Whatever those regards, my sources inside the keep only tell me that the noble lion is continuing to sulk. He's made no moves, politically or otherwise, entirely isolated into himself. So unfortunately, right now, he's a non-factor.
What about other issues? Or what about the other lords? What about them?
Lord Aura is not a fan of Lord Farian, but as I hear it, he's perhaps in a minor cohorts with his son. Lots of shady back and forth communications between the two of them. Even I don't know exactly what they are, though. My contacts, as it is, have been charging me extra just to learn anything about them. The Khan is definitely involved.
Anyone else that the son of Lord Farian's been sending letters to?
He's been sending letters to everywhere, but the coded ones, he's only been sending to Lord Aura.
Interesting. What sway does Lord Aura have?
Well, just so you know, my dear, this is the last question you get for free.
That's fine.
As for his sway, Lord Aura is influential to say the least. Though economically he's not the strongest force, that would be Lord Farian, Lord Aura controls quite a bit of territory near the mountainous region. Quite deep in the forest, too. Got the smallest hometown, well, smallest village, and smallest population. But quite the hell of a geographical advantage. Lord Farian for years has been offering bribes to Lord Aura to be able to start making mines towards the mountainous region he lives in. He's been using that to, well, for lack of a better term, negotiate money from Lord Farian. I suppose that's why he's not a fan of him, and was, well, recently, some deals fell through between the two of them. I suppose that's how Lord Aura and Little Farian came to know each other. Mutual dislike of the father. But make no mistake, Lord Aura has no deep-seated loyalties to the young Farian. The moment it's unbeneficial to associate himself, Lord Aura will disassociate.
That's more than enough. Do you have any dirt on Lord Aura? I'm willing to pay handsomely.
I may or may not. How much coin do you have to work with?
Okay. Kiko's gonna slide a bag of 100 gold.
With the same finger that she cut, she uses her middle and ring finger to slightly open it.
$100 coins.
You're in
Gold.
luck. That's exactly how much my dirt, as you put it, costs.
That's what it is, isn't it? Dirt.
Of sorts.
Just a little bit more.
You see, she reaches into her shirt and, for blunt description, between her cleavage, and she pulls out a scroll, a wrapped up scroll.
Kiko's gonna take it. I assume.
In the same moment you take it, she takes the koi purse.
Yep. Just gonna tuck that away. I assume you already know what's on it.
Aye, I've looked through it. It's a correspondence. It's been translated through the code between Lord Aura and the Sun Farian. It's all the proof you'll need, if Rollo can even pick his head up through his depression, to put Lord Aura in chains.
What about the younger Lord Farron?
Well, he's already done quite a bit to earn his chains now, hasn't he? Tried to assassinate his own father and failed. Assigned his forces to attack with the new house sigil around the city. Didn't 2 knights get captured that fought you and your group?
He works fast.
As I said,
Well, of
God
course.
damn, girl.
They're probably the city on chains. It's not like not like it's hidden knowledge of what happened.
this is, if I may give you some humble advice, don't think that the Sun Farian is at all a competent fellow. The sloppiness he's acted in all these decisions has been, suffice it to say, absurd. It's almost like he's trying to get the entire nation to fight him. So,
What if he is?
either the
Oh, no.
Khan is desperate to put yeah, tongue-tied. Either the Khan is absolutely desperate to have one of his only connections into Nordred plummet, or the young boy is not listening to the instructions the Khan is giving him and is acting rashly. Or both. To be honest, couldn't care less. As far as I understand, I'm not on the Khan's bad side yet. The moment I risk being so is the moment I don't know you. Is that understood?
Completely.
Okay. She stops leaning against the wall and starts walking forward. And she turns to you, and all of a sudden, night and day. Well, it was nice to meet you. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Yes, you too, man.
Bye. And she kind of walks away with a nice like jibber in her step. She seems almost like personality-wise, she went from being super serious and stalwart to now just like a 180 personality. And it's not obvious at all. Like it almost like she's acting right now like she's been like that the whole time.
Yeah, I see.
And she kind of walks into the crowd, and you lose track of her very quickly.
Yep. Well, I have my information. So I'm probably going to head back to the bar. Or
Alright.
wherever our compatriots have decided to hole up for tonight.
You're closer to the pub if you want to go there.
Yeah, probably.
Alright. So Kiko heads to the pub, and you enter to see Nova, Belstarius, Landrin, Argo, all in the corner with the merchants.
Greetings, Landrin.
It's good to see that you once again returned unharmed.
Thankfully this time. I have something we need to discuss whenever you have free time. Because I see you're quite distracted right now.
Delightfully so.
Have you by chance seen where Lord Farian went off to?
Belisarius, you're more sensible than me at the moment. Did you?
Sorry, what was that? Somebody just knocked on the door and I wasn't paying attention just the last 2 seconds.
So have you two seen where dear Lord Farian has run off to?
I did not see where he went. After we ended our conversation, I lost him in the crowd.
He did say he was going to the castle.
Yes. Oh, right.
Right.
I am
Whoa.
forgetful. But yes, he said he was heading towards the keep, and he told us that we would be able to get in should we want to.
Probably not good. I will return. And Kiko leaves the bar. Is now going on a manhunt for Lord Farian.
Alright.
Kiko has some information that needs to be told to him right now.
You could have told Landrin that, because he can immediately convey information.
You know what? Let me just do this real quick then. Kiko didn't think about it. It's fine.
Alright.
I wonder what he's so desperate about.
Alright. So you rush through the crowd. Roll me perception.
Sure. Kiko's gonna try not to make it too. That's a 6.
You run through the crowd, and in your desperation to find him, you don't see him.
Well, it seems Kiko's going to be going to the keep then.
You might want to meet up with your whole group. Just saying.
Maybe. But Lord Farian could be in danger right now. Considering that the person that's talking with... Oh no. I have made a mistake. Yeah, I think he was going to actually go return back to the bar.
Alrighty. So about an hour has gone by since you guys left Decoria in his situation.
Nuptials.
So Decoria, hot and sweaty, hot and bothered. You have been released from the very extensively tightened, embracing grasps. You and her are lying in the hammock. This is the moment that if cigarettes existed, you'd be smoking right now.
That was not what I anticipated. However, that was not displeasurable at all.
That was quite enjoyable.
Now, the main reason I had come and I had wished to speak with you. And he kind of like pops out of the hammock and finds the black rose that he had gotten.
Alright.
Miss Nover, do you understand the importance of a black rose in my culture?
Not entirely off the top of my head.
Generally, black roses are given to those that believe in a death culture or for a funeral. However, among the tieflings of the north, we also believe that a black rose signals new beginnings, which may inspire the confidence and courage of hope. And I feel as though that the world, with the way it is now, but with what we have and what we have experienced, I myself am feeling new beginnings, confidence, hope, and courage for what is to come. And I wanted to symbolize this with something that I could give to you, which is a black rose. And I just kind of like hand it to her.
Right. She just to give an image like how you got in the hammock right now, her human torso is lying against your chest. As well, the rest of her body's kind of tangling off on the rest of the large webbing hammock. So you hand it to her, and she takes it, and she smells it closely, and she kind of sets it aside, and kind of puts her hand on your face and is kind of stroking it slightly. I appreciate the gesture very deeply. Thank you.
You are most welcome. And remember, I know you've been on the top side for quite some time, but here in Northholm, things are not always as they seem. There's very many double meanings to things that you will encounter here, such as the Black Rose, for example. Most believe it to be of service solely for funerals, but there is hidden meaning in everything. So I ask that you be vigilant, and that you pay attention to your surroundings, because things are changing, and we need to be very well aware of the dangers that are lurking around every corner.
Well, I know that I have a very youthful physical appearance, but I'll have you know, I'm quite well aware of the environment that this city holds, let alone this nation. I've been around a long time.
I know you have, but is it still not my job to say it?
I suppose you wouldn't be a very good partner if you didn't worry about me.
So, I don't know if you've figured it out yet or not, but the large statue that is in the center of town, do you know who that is?
Aye, Ralix's. He was a very notable figure for the tieflings in Northholm. And, as I understand it, your father.
That is correct. And I've been gone for a very long time for reasons... Well, you've been here quite a long time as well. I'm quite sure you're able to deduce why I had left. But now that I'm here, and I see this change, and the things that may be happening behind the scenes, I find that I cannot leave anytime soon. I must see this through.
Well, you have my support through it all. And the support of your friends.
I hope. This traveling band of idiots that we are, I find all of them endearing, dependable, reliable, and good friends. I have not had such good company in a very long time. But I don't know if they are prepared for what is to come, and for what issues may arise with the power play, and a role I may or may not have to play within this.
Well, I believe you a very strong person. And, with the support of the spirit in your bangle, me, Midas, not to be too light on his own role and, well, his knowledge of things. Even Tina, she knows quite a bit about the forestry. Landrin, he's incredibly intuitive, that one. And I'd say the two of you are destined to help one another through all of quite a bit of chaos. Bellastarius, wise, well, in many ways far more practical, even to a brutal degree than any other. Then Kiko, careful, calculated, informative, caring, and wise, while also having all the best traits of being a rogue as well.
Yes,
You're a
I have
motley crew.
aligned myself. We are a motley crew, but I have found that I have aligned myself with the people that I believe I need to be allied with. I do not know if prophecy is a thing, but my return has been spoken of for a long period of time. The town wishes for the potential hope of return of a Sedlak in power of some degree. I don't know if I'm ready for that. I don't know if I want that. But my father wanted it. He wanted it for me as well. And my father proved that a race of demonic horned demons at one point and become reformed and do great things for this country. Granted, we are not the lycanthrope. We do not have the strength, the longevity, the traditional beliefs. However, we can go toe-to-toe with them diplomatically. And I feel as though that I have given Lord Ferrian a good fair shake the last few days. I don't know if I'm setting myself up for something more that I can handle, but unfortunately I must do this. So I bid you adieu. I must return. I believe we will be summoned to the castle and the keep shortly. So I will see you the next time I am in town.
Aye. Before you go, she bites you on the neck. And you, if you have any hit points you lost at all, you're back to full health.
I knew I'd get something out of this.
And you got sex out of it, so that's pretty brutal.
Yeah, you got a whole bunch of stuff. Man, I got the whole gambit.
I knew I'd get something out of this. Says after sex, like, thanks.
Wow.
That's not the way I meant it. That was clearly out of character. Thank you.
A relationship clearly means a great deal more to him than the benefits.
That's right. I would like to gather up my stuff and travel back to the Drowning Wench.
Alright. On your way out, Tina kind of literally phases through the wooden sidewall, and pats you on the head. She hasn't been that happy in a long time. Good job.
Thank you, Tina. I am glad that I have the ability to bring her joy. I just hope I can do the same for others.
Well, I'm going back to sleep. Night. You're gonna hear like the sound of like wood being stretched as she phases back into the wall.
I have a small question.
Shoot.
Does anyone mind if we call this our stopping point, or at the very least, you guys go on without me for a bit?
And it's not a bad place to stop. Anything up?
I gotta go. I have to take my cousin to the airport.
Escaping to Cuba?
No, he's Guatemala.
That works too.
Close enough.
Why would you escape to Cuba?
Yeah, we can call here. Good session, everybody. And we got.
I do love our roleplay sessions, but this is a roleplay session we had after we kicked the shit out of the enemy. I'm happy we only had to fight the one band because I used. I pulled the shotgun out and I unloaded both barrels, and I didn't have any shells to put back in it.
Lol.
Don't worry. I've noted the comments. I've noted the concerns of lack of combat. I'll take that.
No. There's no complaints.
I have taken it to
perfectly
heart.
happy with how things have gone.
I have taken it to heart. I have formulated a future
I
strategy of narrative
I, for
events.
one, find it a perfect balance. So, there's my take.
I agree with that. So just so that you know, if we split the party, there were 2 members that complained and 2 members that were perfectly satisfied with the results of all the sessions that we've had so far. So please, God, keep that in mind.
Please don't send a herd of beholders after us.
Beholders.
Will die.
Other monstrous creatures. Says
Cthulhu with his army of beholders.
Says as he scrolls through the monster manual of D&D. What to choose. Alright. Well, thanks everybody for playing. That was a fun sesh for sure.
Yeah,
Yay.
I enjoyed it.